Mr. President.
The senator from the great state of Ohio.
We're about to enter a historic moment in this chamber. We're going to take up a bill called the One Big Beautiful Bill. If you've been watching the media over the last maybe 6 months, you've heard all kinds of absolute misinformation about this bill. I've had a chance to read it. I know, Mr. President, you have also. It's an absolutely historic and transformative piece of legislation that reverses 4 years of an assault on American workers. Let me just give you some of the facts. These are indisputable facts, and I want everybody watching this to remember this as you listen to probably what's going to be 30-plus hours of complete nonsense from the other side. So let's start with number one. Nobody who works for a living in this country knows better what's happened to them over the last 4 years than they do. They've seen inflation crush them. The price of a home became unaffordable. The price of an automobile became unaffordable. The price of groceries became a luxury. You go to the grocery store and you bring your normal order to the cashier and you think there's no way that can be my grocery bill. That was all policies that were driven by the other side's ridiculous assault on American workers. So what are we going to do about it? American workers have very seldom actually been represented in this chamber. This chamber has done a very good job of representing special interest groups and lobbyists, but here's what American workers get out of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Number one, to address the price of automobiles, which, by the way, have been coming down under President Trump's term, despite the misinformation that car prices would soar. Let me just say that again. The price of automobiles has come down in the first 6 months of this year versus going up $8,000 during the Biden years. So what are we doing to make even it more affordable to own an automobile? We're going to allow full deductibility of any interest paid on car loans if the car is made in America. That is a significant relief for American workers. Secondly, no income tax on tips, overtime, or Social Security. A huge relief. That's probably about $1,500 to $2,500 extra in your pocket from not having to pay income tax on tips, overtime, or Social Security. And on top of that, the One Big Beautiful Bill prevents about a $5,000 per American worker per year income tax increase. So can you imagine the Democrats are going to come on this floor and fight this bill and say it helps billionaires when they know that if we don't pass this bill, every American worker will pay $5,000 more in income taxes next year and for all years to come. Under Joe Biden, we had over 10 million illegals invade our country. I wasn't born in this country. I was born in South America. I had the honor and the privilege of being welcomed to this nation. Who did Joe Biden welcome? Not legal immigrants like myself, but rather people who broke our laws to come here. And what was the result? They drove up our housing prices. They drove up our insurance premiums. They lowered the wages for American workers. They crippled our cities, and crime surged. So what does the One Big Beautiful Bill do, Mr. President? It funds the Immigration and Customs Enforcement so that we can get these people out of our country. They should never have been allowed to come here. We have 5,000 border agents trying to get rid of 600,000 criminal aliens. These aren't just people who came here illegally. That was a crime in and of itself. This is 600,000 people who committed another crime, Mr. President, and we don't have the resources to deport them. This bill gives us the money to do that. You know, you have kids, I have kids, Mr. President. Raising kids has become really, really expensive. I was one of 7. My dad was one of 11. My grandfather was one of 23. I only have 4, underperforming. Raising kids is really, really hard, really expensive. What does this bill do? It gives every working American $2,200 per child per year. $2,200 per child per year to help alleviate with the cost of raising kids. In addition, this is something new and exciting. You have a birth of an American baby in this country, and the federal government will put $1,000 into a bank account. companies, your employers, nonprofits, whatever group wants to, they can put money in that account. That account will grow with an index. And when that child who's born here in America, an American citizen, by the time they get to be 25 or 30 years old, Mr. President, guess what? They can have a decent little sum of money, a couple $100,000. They can use it for education, for upskilling, whatever they want. Nobody's ever done that to help American workers in that way, and we can do that. Now, look, healthcare is a massive expense. You're a doctor. You know what's going on in our healthcare system. It is crushing working families. What does the One Big Beautiful Bill do? It provides funding for health savings accounts, so you can use pre-tax dollars to fund it. So if there's that emergency, that you can have that to tap into. Huge improvement. And of course, let me just be crystal clear. This bill does not touch Social Security in any way whatsoever, even though I've had to listen to my colleagues over and over again for the last 6 months saying that we're eliminating, crushing, destroying Social Security. We do not touch Social Security. We don't touch Medicare at all. Let me repeat that. We don't touch Social Security or Medicare, despite how many online videos they do, or how many press interviews they do, or how much time the media repeats that misinformation. We don't touch Social Security or Medicare. Now, on Medicaid, here's what we do. We strengthen it. In fact, in my state, in Ohio, the hospitals will get more money to provide Medicaid to the people that need it, the disabled, pregnant women, children, older Americans who are in need. We are giving them more money. We will spend more money on Medicaid with the One Big Beautiful Bill than if we don't do it. Is that something that you've heard from the other side? Completely the opposite. Now, what we are doing is we're eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, which has been rampant in that system. And we're starting the process of reforming the way the states and the federal government's relationship works in Medicaid. The states have abdicated that responsibility. We're working to reset that in a very methodical way. And for working Americans who are able-bodied, Mr. President, we're asking to do what Bill Clinton wanted, which is to put a work requirement on able-bodied adults. Let's define that. What does able-bodied mean? Between 18 and 60, no disabilities, no dependent children, you can work. And then what is the work requirement? 80 hours a month of either work, volunteering, community service, or upskilling, going to a place like, for example, Cuyahoga Community College or Kent State University or Columbus State University, where they can go in and get a skill that allows them to come into the workforce. Very common sense, not controversial at all, but you'll hear the other side say that we're kicking 16 million people off health insurance. I can't even count how many meetings I've had with my Republican colleagues. As you know, Mr. President, we meet quite often, hundreds and hundreds of meetings. And our North Star, the center of gravity for our party, is how do we help Americans? See, putting America first means that we're going to put our resources to help American citizens. The other side, they want to give hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals. They want to have states be able to take that Medicaid money that's for American citizens and give it to people who shouldn't even be in this country. That doesn't even pass the common sense basic test. So what the One Beautiful Bill does is it strengthens Medicaid for generations to come. I'm very proud of that part of the bill. That's not, as the infomercial would say, but wait, there's more. Biden and the radical Democrats made the world more dangerous. Turn on the TV. Any day of the week for the last 4 years, every part of the globe was more dangerous because of the weakness of Joe Biden. The One Big Beautiful Bill makes a historic investment in our military. Our military was demoralized, depleted, stretched too thin, out of basic equipment. We invest in that. What's happened already? Record recruitment. In fact, the gentleman that worked with me on the campaign, Robbie Brooks, he can't listen to this because he's in basic training with the Marines. He met Secretary Hegseth in my office. In fact, my entire office gave him a standing ovation when he came in to talk to me during his nomination process. Robbie was so inspired by Secretary Hegseth that he came to me the next day, much to my dismay, because Robbie was a great member of the team, and said, you know what? I never thought about it in my life. I'm 24 years old. I'm going to go be a Marine because I love this country. That's what we're doing. An historic investment in our military and in our Coast Guard. The drug cartels are bringing all kinds of illicit drugs, not just through land, but now through sea, and we're making certain that we have the resources to protect our mainland. And as anyone who's flown lately, especially those of us who come to Washington, D.C. every week, you fly, you know the delays, you know what's going on with our air traffic control system. This air traffic control system should have been addressed years ago, well before you and I got here. Decades, honestly, before you and I got here. This should have been dealt with. They talked about it. Every Secretary of Transportation, every president talked and acknowledged that our air traffic control system was a mess and it needs to be modernized. What does the One Big Beautiful Bill do? It makes an historic investment in our nation's air traffic control system, something that will help every American. That's what this bill does. Now, here's the last piece. My Democrat colleagues will talk about how this adds to the deficit, which is factually inaccurate. Actually, for the first time in my lifetime, we have a bill before Congress that will reduce spending. We've never seen that. They passed something called the Inflation Reduction Act that blew a hole in our deficit, did the exact opposite of reducing inflation. In fact, inflation went up. Let me give you an example of what that bill did, Mr. President, because I don't think this has been well reported. If you're a multi-millionaire, in fact, they like to talk about billionaires now because most of them, by the way, are millionaires. I'm not sure how that happened. That's a different conversation for a different day. But they like to talk about billionaires. You could have a billionaire walk into a Rolls-Royce dealership. A billionaire walk into a Rolls-Royce dealership, buy a $500,000 Rolls-Royce, and decide to lease it, and the Democrats gave that billionaire a check for $7,500 to offset the cost of that Rolls-Royce. Now, what does a $7,500 credit do for you in a Rolls-Royce? Well, the umbrella that comes in the door is $12,000. Doesn't quite cover the cost of that. The monograms on the headrest are about $5,000, so you can cover that with the $7,500. You won't cover anywhere near the cost of the audio system. It's $22,000. Think about how sick that is. They come on the floor and say that we're helping billionaires when they're giving $7,500 checks to people who lease these kinds of cars. It's sick. What are we doing? We're getting rid of all these green new scams. We're cutting the budget deficit. We're finally putting fiscal responsibility. It's the reason, Mr. President, why in the last 6 months, here's what we've seen. Inflation has never been lower. Gas prices are way down. Egg prices are way down. The stock market is at a record high. Remember the stock market that the Democrats were saying it was going to be 1932 all over again just 60 days ago? Record. Not record this year. All-time record. All-time record. Now, they said tariffs were going to destroy the economy. Not true. And this One Big Beautiful Bill does all of these things and reduces our deficit. What's holding us back? Why can't we pass this piece of legislation that helps working Americans? I'm old enough to remember when the Democrat Party was a party of the working class. This is the kind of bill that most Democrats would have advocated for 20, 30 years ago. The center, the North Star, the guiding post for this bill is, does it help our middle class? Does it help working Americans? This bill does that in the ways that I just outlined. You would think that the Democrats would rush to the floor to vote for this thing. Instead, they'll mischaracterize it at every step of the way. I just laid out the facts. The bill's 940 pages long. You want to read it for yourself. Don't believe what you hear in the media. Don't believe what the Democrats are going to tell you. Believe what I just told you, because these are facts that are indisputable. In fact, I'll close with this, Mr. President. I will guarantee you that there's not one thing I outlined here today, any of these aspects of the bill, that my colleagues will dispute, because they can't, because it's in the plain text of the bill. Instead, what they'll do is they'll use cliche lines like that, we're taking away health insurance from people who need it to give it to their billionaire buddies. You mean like George Soros? You mean like the founder of LinkedIn, who funded all kinds of nonsense, those billionaires, right? Look, you want to find the center of gravity today for the Democrat Party? Go to Martha's Vineyard, where the average price home is $30 million. That's their North Star. What's our North Star, Mr. President? Communities in your state, communities in my state, like Chillicothe, Ohio. That's the center of our gravity for our party. It's a new party. I'll acknowledge that. The Republican Party of today is not the party that I knew 20 or 30 years ago. And it was a mistake that we weren't thinking about the working class the way we are today. But here we are, on the verge of passing one big, beautiful bill. Now, look, if you're an American watching, I can see why you're confused. If I were somebody who was reading, for example, in my hometown newspaper, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, if I read that all day, I'd probably think something different, because it's all propaganda from the other side. I just laid it out. I would challenge anybody in the media, anybody listening to this, any of my Democrat colleagues, to come out here on the floor and go line by line with what I just said and tell me how what I just said is not true. This is what this bill is all about. I am so proud, Mr. President, that I had the honor of even being a tiny part of putting a bill that is so historic and so transformative. I urge all my Republican colleagues, every single one of them, to come out here on the floor. Let's get the motion to proceed going. Let's get the bill passed. Let's get it back to the House. To my House colleagues, come back, get this bill done, and let's celebrate July 4th with the greatest bill ever passed by the United States Congress. With that, I yield.
Senator from the great state of Texas.
Mr. President, I was here in 2017 when we passed the original Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and what ensued was perhaps the greatest amount of economic growth, the greatest reduction of unemployment among all sorts of folks who historically have suffered high unemployment rates. And in short, our economy was booming. Originally, we had some debates about whether or not this would have a static effect. In other words, when you start adding the numbers up, do you account for economic growth and the stimulative effect of the bill? As it turns out, the $1.5 trillion deficit in the original bill was met by economic growth, because we brought back money that had been invested abroad because of high tax rates here, and a variety of other measures which made our economy boom again. So the one point that I want to make sure and make is this is more than just about the numbers on a page. This is the cumulative effect of not only lowering taxes, but downsizing regulation, encouraging domestic energy production, and doing all of those things which will cause our economy to grow again. And if we can get our economy growing at a better rate, let's say 3% of our GDP, that will add trillions of dollars to the federal treasury and more than make up in any money that we end up providing in terms of tax relief. So I'm very excited about this particular legislation, what's now come to be known as the Big Beautiful Bill. But I have listened as our Democratic colleagues have criticized this bill, actually, which hasn't actually finally been written yet. It's getting close, and I hope we can start voting on the bill as early as later on today. But what strikes me as bizarre is our Democratic colleagues have offered zero alternative. Do they want a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase on the American people? That on top of 40-year high inflation, which threw gasoline on the fire of inflation and ate up the standard of living of most Americans and made their dollar worth about 20% less than it was beforehand. I think we have a better idea, and that is, no, we don't think you should increase taxes by trillions of dollars on top of 40-year high inflation, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration and their radical spending spree. I think most Americans would agree with us. So they have no alternative other than to raise taxes on hardworking American families. The other thing that this bill does is it increases the standard deduction. Most families don't necessarily even itemize their tax deductions, so the standard deduction is important. The child tax credit, we know that it's expensive to raise children, and so having an enhanced child tax credit is really important, and that is what this legislation will do. But the other thing that this bill does, as long as I've been in the Senate, we have never tried to undertake spending cuts necessary to deal with a $37 trillion in debt. We're now paying more interest on the national debt than we are on defense, which is unsustainable. We don't have to be reminded of recent events in Iran, for example, with Iran fast tracking toward a nuclear weapon. And thank goodness to the decisiveness and courage of our United States military and our commander-in-chief, President Trump. Iran is no longer on that fast track to build a nuclear weapon. But this is a very fragile, dangerous world we live in. The most dangerous since World War II. And none of us want to go down that path again. So the way we address that is to reestablish deterrence. American peace through strength. That's how we keep the peace, is through strength. And we can't do it if we don't have the money to spend on our defense, either on our personnel, or on our weapons systems, and the like. So our Democratic friends have no answer to any of this. Their answer, I guess, is to do nothing. There was a former Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn, years ago, a Texan, who said, any jackass can kick down a barn, but it takes a skilled carpenter to build one. And we're doing our very best to try to build that barn. Is it perfect? No. But we are trying, and we believe that we're making tremendous progress on a number of fronts. And one area that's particularly important to me and my constituents in Texas, all 31 million of them, is finally to bring some security to our border. We were told during the Biden-Kamala Harris administration that we needed to pass some new laws back when the policies of the administration were open borders, and we're still paying the price, and we probably will pay the price for years to come. Criminals coming across the border, some of the dangerous gang members, illegal drugs, human trafficking of innocent children and women. But when we elected President Trump on November the 5th, it didn't take him very long to bring those numbers, those tens of thousands of people streaming across the border on a monthly basis, to bring that to near zero. And it didn't take any new laws. It just took a president willing to enforce the law. But it cost money to provide for the detention facilities and the personnel necessary to secure the border and to safeguard our country. And that's one of the other things that's in this bill that's so important. Money to build more infrastructure, or the wall. More money to hire Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. And more money for detention facilities so that there are real consequences associated with coming into our country illegally. And then, as I mentioned a moment ago, the money that's necessary to reestablish deterrence, to help our military. That is in this bill as well. And the answer of our Democratic colleagues is, no, we don't think we should do anything to secure the border, to defend the nation, or to prevent a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase, along with the devastating economic consequences of hardworking Texas and American families. The only thing our colleagues on the other side have to say is this is going to help rich people at the expense of regular folks. One of our colleagues described the bill as handouts for billionaires, arguing that our legislation would cause the American people to, quote, suffer so that Jeff Bezos can buy another yacht. So what's her alternative to our legislation? Crickets. Nothing. It's a cheap shot. Looking west to Nevada, one of our colleagues has said this is a, quote, tax scam that hurts the middle class while giving trillions to the ultra-wealthy. Now, I realize these are probably focus group tested phrases that move the dial in the absence of any other information. But the fact of the matter is, this is false. And you know, I guess I'm old-fashioned. I was raised to believe that you should tell the truth and you should not lie. But up here in Washington, D.C., in the Congress, on things like this, lying seems to be the coin of the realm. And unfortunately, it has an impact if people don't know the truth, which is why we have to point out the important aspects of this legislation and what we are trying to do. These statements by our Democratic colleagues cannot be further from the truth. And here's the worst part. They know it. They know it, but they persist. This bill is anything but a reverse Robin Hood scheme. But I'm not surprised, I guess, that they are misrepresenting this bill in an attempt to scare the American people and maybe try to energize their political base. I think Democrats are a little desperate these days, seeing what happened in the New York mayoral election with an anti-Semitic socialist winning that nomination in New York. This is what the modern Democratic Party has become, the party of AOC and the radicals. And they wonder why they lost the last election in November. Well, those sort of politics and policies were rejected by the American people in favor of a president who will enforce the law and who will keep America safe. According to the Wall Street Journal, 62% of Americans will see a tax increase if we don't pass this extension. 62%. Well, that is obviously more than just people who are the well-to-do. Those are middle-class taxpayers. And, of course, President Trump has said he wants to further extend tax relief to the middle class, people who work in service industries, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. Those are genuinely middle-class tax cuts. And I guess our Democratic colleagues are opposed to those too. They think, I presume, that they ought to pay in the service industries, the middle class, hardworking middle class in our country ought to pay more, not less. If we let the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions expire, households earning less than $400,000 a year will face a $2.6 trillion tax hike, with the average family of four earning $80,000 paying $1,700 more in taxes alone every year. In Texas, families will be saddled with $3,000 in additional taxes if we fail to extend these expiring provisions. And as I mentioned a moment ago, working families will see the child tax credit cut in half. Our Democratic colleagues won't tell you this, but the big, beautiful bill, as it's called, will prevent all of this and more. It increases the child tax credit, which is estimated to benefit 46 million American families. Are all of those the super rich? Well, I think not. These are average, hardworking, middle-class families who will benefit from the enhanced child tax credit. Our bill will help working Americans with provisions, as I said, like the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. I would actually like to see some of our Democratic colleagues go out to their favorite restaurant and explain to their server that they support the U.S. government continuing to take a larger and larger cut of their earnings, their tips earnings. I doubt they would acknowledge that. I don't think that kind of suggestion would go over too well, but that's what they're doing by opposing this bill. And again, if they've got a better idea, let's hear it. Again, all we hear is crickets, silence, when they're not misrepresenting what the bill actually does. Another provision that is important, and this used to be bipartisan, back when Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton, President Bill Clinton, a Republican speaker, a Democrat president of the United States, passed the Welfare Reform Act. Congress implemented reasonable working requirements for able-bodied adults. It's not good for people to sit on the couch and play video games all day when they are able-bodied. Work brings not only the ability to provide for yourself and your family a certain amount of dignity and self-respect, but it helps your community. It makes you a more productive, a happier person. And certainly it's not fair to the taxpayer to have them subsidize people sitting on the couch playing video games all day when they can contribute to their community and their family. One of our colleagues from Illinois said, Republicans are working to cut food and health care programs like SNAP and Medicaid. The so-called big, beautiful bill will hurt hardworking Americans to pay for tax cuts and billionaires, plain and simple. More propaganda, more disinformation, more untruths. The reforms to Medicaid, which is an important safety net, healthcare safety net, and SNAP, previously known as food stamps, included in the big, beautiful bill, will strengthen and safeguard our safety net for those who actually need it. In Medicaid, that money should not go to able-bodied adults. It should go to children, disabled, and pregnant women. That's the original target of Medicaid. That's where the safety net is important. But if you're giving that money and spending money on able-bodied adults, obviously that's going to detract from the money where the money should go to help those truly in need. And the same thing with food stamps or the SNAP program. Why in the world should taxpayers subsidize somebody who's capable of working and contributing to themselves and their family and their community by subsidizing them through food stamps? So a work requirement for able-bodied adults just makes sense. But I've been here in Washington, D.C. long enough to know that common sense isn't all that common up here. As I mentioned, the Welfare Reform Act of 1996, in a bipartisan fashion, implemented work requirements to temporary assistance to needy families, which was a welfare program, and it was remarkably successful in bringing those living in poverty into the labor force so they can earn a living, so they don't need to depend on Medicaid because maybe they have private health insurance through their employer. And it just makes sense on all of these means-tested programs, and by that it just means that have certain income requirements. If you fall below, you qualify. If you're above that earnings level, you don't qualify anymore. But why shouldn't we have those work requirements for all means-tested programs? Well, we should, and we will. Recent research from the Foundation for Government Accountability found that more than 62% of able-bodied adults who receive Medicaid don't work at all. 62% able-bodied adults sitting on a couch, playing video games, I guess. I don't know what you do all day. Watch TV. If you're able-bodied and you're capable of working, but you're not working. With the national debt exceeding $36 trillion a year and more than half of Medicaid beneficiaries who are able to work but sitting home idle, requiring these folks to at least start looking for a job is a common sense step in the right direction. We need to make sure that our safety nets are there for people who need them, not for people who don't need them. We need them to be secure for the seniors who've fallen on hard times and those who've fallen on hard times, and we have to make sure others are not abusing the system while bankrupting the country. Another way the big, beautiful bill safeguards our safety net is by strengthening eligibility checks. It's well known that people who in certain income levels tend to fall in and out of eligibility for some of these means-tested programs. Let's say they're working, but then they've lost a job, and until they can find another one, they need access to them. But once they get a job, then they no longer should qualify. So strengthening eligibility checks is an important reform. And not providing these benefits to illegal aliens. You know, the Border Patrol tells me in my many visits down there, and I've hosted many of my colleagues down at the border, they said there's push factors and there's pull factors to illegal immigration. The push factors are the normal ones you would expect: poverty, violence in your home country. But the pull factors are the incentives that are provided to people to come to our country illegally. And when we provide taxpayer benefits to people from other countries, it is a pull factor. It is an encouragement, an incentive, and particularly when there are no consequences to violating the law, as was the case during the 4 years of the last administration. Our colleagues across the aisle apparently think it's okay to take money out of your pocket and to give it to illegal aliens for benefits. And they see no problem with incentivizing more and more people to come across the border illegally. Well, this brings me to another important provision, which is important particularly to my state, the state of Texas. Thanks to the efforts of the Texas delegation in the House, this bill includes money to reimburse the state of Texas for border security measures that were undertaken in the absence of the federal government doing its job during the Biden administration. Our international border is a federal responsibility, but in the absence of the Biden administration enforcing the law, the state of Texas had no alternative but to implement Operation Lone Star, to provide the Department of Public Safety and the National Guard to help secure the border, to help stem the flow of drugs, to help slow down the human trafficking, and to slow down and stop as much of the illegal immigration as they could. And that came at significant expense to state taxpayers. This is not the state's responsibility, but the state had to bear the burden, and this bill reimburses Texas taxpayers for that unfair burden that was left as a result of the abdication of responsibility by the previous administration. Mr. President, these are just a few of the many important wins for the American people that are included in this big, beautiful bill. I wish we were in a different place where our Democratic colleagues would actually work with us and try to prevent a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase on 62% of American working families. But in the absence of their willingness to work with us, we have no choice but to get this done with just Republican votes. I encourage my fellow Republicans not to let the naysayers convince the American people that this is somehow bad for them, when the opposite is actually true. This is also, finally, an important part of President Trump delivering on the promises he made when he won a historic election last November the 5th. And it's our job to deliver on that electoral mandate by passing this agenda. This bill will do wonderful things for the 31 million people in my state and the 250 million people who call America home. And I look forward to supporting it when it comes to a floor in the coming hours and days. I yield the floor.
Leader.
Mr. President, I want the American people to understand exactly what's happening right now with Senate Republicans and their so-called big, beautiful bill. Senate Republicans are trying to pull a fast one on the American people. For weeks, they've struggled with the reality that most people hate this bill. Leadership has struggled to secure votes among their own ranks who know how bad the bill is. And now they've scrambled to meet an entirely arbitrary deadline. So what did the Republicans do late last night? Hard to believe. This bill is worse, even worse, than any draft we've seen this far. It's worse on health care. It's worse on SNAP. It's worse on the deficit. At the very last minute, Senate Republicans made their bill even more extreme to cater to the radicals in the House and Senate. Republicans are about to move forward with a radical 1,000-page bill, just made public in the last several hours, without knowing how many trillions it will cost. They don't even want to know a CBO score. They're afraid to show how badly this will increase the deficit. On this bill, a major bill that affects every part of American life, hiding the CBO scores in defiance of their own promises to cut the debt. Deficit hawks out there on the Republican side in the House and Senate. This bill makes the debt worse and the deficit worse, even worse than before. Future generations will be saddled with trillions in debt. Debt is abstract, but what does it mean for the average American? Raising your costs to buy a home, raising your costs to buy a car, raising your costs on credit card bills. And why are they doing all this? Why are they doing the biggest Medicaid cuts in history? Now it's getting close to $1 trillion just in Medicaid alone. All to cut taxes for the ultra-rich and special interests. And they did it while most Americans were asleep. It is astounding that this is the product Senate Republicans have come up with. Because for weeks, they kept saying they were going to somehow strengthen Medicaid, that they'd moderate, quote unquote, the House clean energy cuts, that nobody would lose benefits. Well, all of that has gone out the window. Those supposed moderates on the other side are falling like dominoes, ready to move on a bill that does precisely the opposite of what they claim. Many Republican senators have admitted they're not happy with this bill. One said it will take away health care from working people, and yet there's still a yes on this bill. If Republican senators are not happy with this bill because they know how badly it hurts their constituency, they should vote no. After all, they're United States senators. They have the power to vote however they want. Did they forget that was an option? Are they all so afraid that they can't do what they know is the right thing for the American people? Just incredible, incredible. After weeks of hemming and hawing from Republicans, the bill they are ready to proceed with is the most extreme version of their bill yet. I guess when push comes to shove, leave it to Republicans to cave to their hard-right flank. Under this draft, Republicans will take food away from hungry kids to pay for tax breaks to the rich. All the data shows Democrats don't like it, independents don't like it, and Republicans don't like cutting SNAP, taking food away from kids, all to pay for tax breaks for the wealthy. The SNAP cuts, and I'm sure we'll hear from Senator Klobuchar shortly, are every bit as bad as in the House, the worst in history ever. Those cuts are cruel. Those cuts are un-American. But it's what Republicans are getting ready to do. Meanwhile, Medicaid, where they've had so much controversy and back and forth, Medicaid will be fed to the sharks under this bill. In fact, we just got the news that CBO said the Medicaid cuts in this version are worse than any version of the Republican bill to date. Nearly $1 trillion in cuts, just to Medicaid alone. And there are more cuts for ACA and Medicare. Let me repeat. This version of the bill cuts nearly $1 trillion in Medicaid alone, worse than any version we have seen so far. $930 billion to be precise. And that does not count the many billions and billions and billions more in cuts to ACA and Medicare. Far worse than anything we have seen so far. The tiny tweaks that Republicans made to provide the provider to the provider tax will still decimate state budgets and do nothing to protect hospitals in the coming years. And what about the rural hospital fund Republicans have spent the last few days touting? It's a drop in the bucket. This rural hospital fund is a fig leaf. It's like putting a Band-Aid over an amputation and sending the patient home. When the rural hospitals start closing, just remember, the residents of those hospitals, the people who work in those hospitals, it's because of these cuts and no other reason. Rural hospitals, many of them will close. This Band-Aid ain't enough to cover even a small percentage of them. And healthcare costs will go up healthcare costs will go up for everyone, even if you don't have Medicaid, even if you don't have ACA, even if you don't have Medicare. Your private insurance will go up dramatically every month. People hate paying those health insurance premiums. They're going to pay a lot more under this bill. And why are they doing all this? Why are they doing all this? We know why. Tax breaks for billionaires. Tax breaks for billionaires. And now, let's talk about another subject. The clean energy changes Republicans made last night. Frankly, I don't think even most Republicans realize just how radical these last-minute changes are. They are drafted to do one thing, to kill all wind and solar. All wind and solar. Solar, the cheapest way to produce new energy, the quickest way to produce new energy. We need more energy. AI is going to take up a lot of energy. If we don't have new sources of energy, all new sources, guess what? People's electricity bills will go up and up and up. When it comes to clean energy, the Republicans basically reverted and somehow exceeded the extreme policies that came out of the House. For days, they worked to modify those provisions, many Republicans, to make them less bad. Now they're made even worse. And these are policies, by the way, plenty of Senate Republicans said they were going to change under this new draft. Clean energy projects in wind and solar will now need to be placed in service, not begun, in less than 2 years from now in order to qualify for a tax break. And the provisions related to Chinese involvement, which of course we want to fight against China, but the best way to fight against China is have a robust solar industry. China's going to run the whole solar industry for the world. And if you think they're not going to make Americans pay more as Chinese customers pay less, forget it. But anyway, on the provisions related to China, they made them almost unmanageable. It's going to kill nearly every wind and solar project out there because the standard is laughably unrealistic. What does it mean? Projects already in the works will shut down. It means that people will lose their jobs. It's estimated 840,000 jobs. Add that to the healthcare jobs. Wow. Americans will pay hundreds of dollars extra a year on electricity as soon as the next year. Thanks to the Senate Republicans caving into big oil, it will be China, not the United States, that will likely becomes the world leader in energy production in the years to come. Self-destructive, needless, harmful to both our economic and national security. And it just shows how tight big oil's grip is on Senate Republicans. Remember, 80% of these clean energy investments, my colleagues, have gone to Republican districts. The investments support, as I said, over 800,000 jobs. Republicans are so beholden to the fossil fuel industry, they'd rather kill jobs in their own communities than upset the big oil lobby. Disgusting, shameless, and done, of course, while most Americans were asleep. So again, Republicans are trying to pull a fast one on the American people. Republicans are pulling a fast one even on their own members, and certainly on their own constituents. This will hurt the reddest of states badly. If Republicans proceed, Senate Democrats will hold them to account. We'll gear up for another night of vote-a-rama very soon. We'll expose this bill piece by piece. We will show how it cuts health care, raises costs, rewards the ultra-rich. We welcome this debate. And if Republicans proceed and follow Donald Trump over the cliff, with this bill tied to their ankles like an anvil, they will not only doom their own communities, they will doom their political fortunes, their own political fortunes, and have no one to blame but themselves. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
President,
Senator from the great state of Ohio.
are we on a quorum call?
We are.
Ask consent that the quorum be waived.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, as I said earlier and I predicted earlier, our Democrat colleagues have come out and totally mischaracterized this bill. So let me just go through this again very slowly so that they can watch it and listen. So the question really is this a bill that helps working Americans, or is this a bill that helps billionaires? Which, again, let me just pause on the irony that it wasn't too long ago where they were saying millionaires until they themselves realized that they became millionaires. Again, different topic. If you take out a car loan for an American-made automobile and you can deduct that interest, the bill in the text specifies that you cannot make more than $100,000 per year. I think by definition, somebody who makes less than $100,000 a year is not a billionaire. So indisputable that that part of the bill does not help billionaires. It helps working Americans. Notice that was not addressed. Second, no tax on overtime. I don't think there's a lot of billionaires that punch a clock. That is clearly something that helps working Americans. No income tax on tips. Once again, I don't see a lot of billionaires serving us at restaurants, taking care of us at nail salons or barber shops. It is clearly something that helps working Americans. As I predicted, they did not address that particular provision. No tax on Social Security, and that is capped at $150,000 in income. Again, by definition, not a billionaire. A $5,000 tax increase that's prevented. That does not help billionaires. It helps working Americans that don't want to see their taxes go up. They didn't address that. Now, when 10 million illegals invade this country and drive down our wages, drive up our housing costs, do you think Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk are worried about the price of housing? Jeff Bezos just had a $55 million wedding in Italy. I don't think he's worried about his housing costs going up. I don't think there's a lot of criminal aliens that are going to Beverly Hills or Palo Alto or Martha's Vineyard to buy homes. They are going to places like Springfield, Ohio, where we saw our average rents go from about $1,000 to 2 or 3 times that amount because we had a surge of 18,000 aliens in a city of 50,000 people. Insurance prices went up because we had a massive amount of car accidents and crashes. That's real world. That happens, and that affects working Americans. And what this bill does is it deports them. Now, what isn't said by my Democrat colleagues is that they have a lot of their friends that love criminal alien labor. They can't complain. They get paid a lot less money. That doesn't benefit working Americans. Working Americans don't have 5 gardeners and 3 nannies at their house in Martha's Vineyard, but Democrat colleagues' friends sure do. Go spend a summer in Martha's Vineyard. You'll see exactly what I mean. You'll see decadence unlike something you've never seen in your life. $30, $40 million homes, private jets to get there. You know what they do? They sip cappuccinos in the morning talking about climate change when they heat and cool their homes 365 days a year. That's who funds the Democrat Party today, and it's quite sad, honestly. Because the Democrat Party used to be the party for working class. It used to be the party that would champion things in this bill. A $2,200 child tax credit. Do you think that billionaires are really going to think about $2,200 as a child tax credit, something that they're really going to motivate them? Do you think that billionaires are going to rush out, get married, and have kids because they're going to get a $2,200 child tax credit? Or do you think it's going to allow them to buy groceries? You know, the Democrat leaders spoke about SNAP benefits and taking food away from children. Those are the kinds of hyperbolic statements that I think all of us here in the United States Senate should be above that. Nobody's suggesting that we take food literally out of the hands of children. But what their policies did do over the last 4 years, inadvertently maybe, I'll give them credit, raised grocery prices to the point where working Americans had to make a decision at the cash register, whether to buy something or not. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes as I went into Giant Eagle in Westlake, Ohio, and I would see people come in and to buy groceries, and they would have to make a decision. Maybe the bigger cereal box they can't do. Maybe they have to go to generics instead of the Kellogg's because their grocery bill is just too high. Imagine what that feels like. You're a working American. You worked your whole life, and in front of your children, you have to look at them and say, I can't afford to get you cereal today. I can't afford to get you that extra snack that you wanted. They drove up the price of inflation. The one big beautiful bill will lower it. They didn't talk about that. They didn't talk about the $1,000 fund that goes for American citizens. Again, do you think billionaires care whether $1,000 goes into a fund that can be maybe $100,000 or $200,000 when those kids turn 25, 30 years old? I don't think that makes a difference to Jeff Bezos. I think his children will be just fine. Something that helps working Americans. Again, they don't address that. At least be honest about your objection to the bill, and their objection to the bill is pretty straightforward. They don't want President Trump to get a win. Let's talk about health care. Do you think that billionaires worry about their health care premiums? Working Americans do. What are we doing? We're preserving these health care programs for the people who need them. We're strengthening Medicaid. What they've allowed to happen is that states have been gaming the federal government, drawing down funds to pay for other projects and other benefits. And the people who are going to be eliminated from the Medicaid system is illegal migrants. We shall see whether in this bill they object to that provision. Because in our current draft, again, they don't refer to this, it says that you cannot receive any welfare programs unless you're an American citizen. They'll have the opportunity to object and remove that from the bill. That doesn't help billionaires, but it does crush working Americans. They didn't talk about the dangers all over the world. Congo and Rwanda just signed a peace deal in the White House yesterday. Pakistan and India averted a massive war. We now have a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. In 6 months, President Trump has brought peace and prosperity around the world. But our military was depleted because they insisted on funding a proxy war with Russia. We're fixing that. They didn't talk about the investment in the Coast Guard. They leave that out because, again, they want you to think that this bill is about billionaires. It certainly is not. They didn't talk about the air traffic control system. My colleague has been here almost as long as I've been alive. He had the opportunity, when he controlled this chamber, controlled the House, controlled the presidency, to fund a modernization of our air traffic control system. He didn't do it. He isn't talking about that. And he talked about the Green New Deal, the Green New Scam. Let's talk about that for a second. Let me just walk you through, if you're not familiar with what this is. Let's say that you want to build a solar project, for example, in London, Ohio. You can go out and buy acres of land, way more than market value. Why? Because the federal government will pay you 30% of what you think the project is worth. Let me just repeat that for a second. Say that a project's going to cost you $10 million to build. The federal government will pay you 30% of what you think it's worth. That's in the Inflation Reduction Act. It's what they call fair market value. So let's say you find a friendly appraiser that says, hey, this solar project is really worth $30 million. The federal government will write you a check for $9 million of the $10 million it costs to build that project. If you're really savvy, you then go to a bank. You say, hey, look, I got this project. It's worth all this money. Can you give me a loan? Maybe they get half, $5 million. Before it produces one electron, you've put $4 million in your pocket. Do you really care if the project succeeds? Why would you? You just made out like a bandit. This is why the Inflation Reduction Act, when it was passed, was supposed to cost about $1 trillion, and it's costing exponentially more than that. These are scams on the American people. Now in Ohio, we have thousands of years of natural gas. Thousands of years, the cleanest energy you can imagine, the most abundant, reliable energy. What did the Democrats in the previous administration do? Completely kneecapped it. Banned liquid natural gas exports, made it virtually impossible to explore for new natural gas, removed permits from federal lands, canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Who did that affect? Do you think that that billionaire buddy of one of my colleagues who has a compound on Martha's Vineyard cares if his energy price went up 30%? He does, by the way, doesn't even pay the bill. He has somebody who he knows that has somebody beneath him, that has somebody beneath them that actually pays the bills. He has no idea. If his energy price went up 30%, it wouldn't even affect their life. I was with somebody in Martha's Vineyard a 3 years ago. And they gave a quote that I'll never forget, and I want to put this into the record. It's a quote from one of my Democrat colleagues. Now, in the spirit of decorum, I will not mention their name, But here's the quote. In front of a $35 million home that most of the guests flew there on private jets, that had several boats anchored with, by the way, gigantic outboard engines that used probably 30 gallons of gas every 5 minutes, said the following quote. Are you ready, Mr. President, for this quote? If you want to live like a Republican, vote for a Democrat. Think about how callous that is. They said the quiet part out loud. I'm proud, Mr. President, that you and I are part of a new Republican Party. I think you and I represent a new vision of the Republican Party, a party that's about helping working Americans actually live a better life. That's why I'm here. I know that's why you're here. And I know that's why you and I are so proud of this bill. And again, I'll close with this. And I know there's lots of noise out there right now all over this building. We have an opportunity to, for the first time in American history, say that in this chamber, in this Congress, with this president, we're going to make the lives of working Americans better the way I just outlined. And while my colleagues, I don't expect them, and it would be quite honestly odd for them to agree with us on everything. Just don't lie. Just don't come out here on the floor and say that this is a bill for billionaires. This is a bill for working Americans. And I would challenge any of my colleagues that are going to speak that when they make those statements, reference the page number and the exact line in the bill that helps billionaires. Just point that out. And by the way, on these solar scams, we're not banning solar panels. We're not banning windmills. What we're saying is we're not going to make you filthy rich if you build one of these projects. But if you want to build a solar panel project somewhere in Ohio, you can do it. You're just not going to do it with the massive subsidies from the federal government. So, Mr. President, again, I'll urge all of my colleagues, let's unite as a party. Let's show the American people that Republicans have the ability to govern, that we can come together to pass a transformative and historical bill. And with that, I yield. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from the great state of Minnesota.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
No, we are not.
Okay. Mr. President, I rise today to speak in strong opposition to the recently revealed Senate Congressional Budget Bill. I will note that this is a 940-page bill that was just put out there at midnight. For me, that was a moment because, one, I realized that nothing has changed in terms of the proposal. It's actually added to the debt. And two, from about $3.4 trillion to one analysis says $4 trillion, and it actually adds more Medicaid cuts, another $100 billion, up to $900 billion in Medicaid cuts. Those are the top lines. I don't think anyone's had time to look at every single detail of that bill. But for me, it meant something else. That meant that I knew that I was going to stay here along with my colleague, Senator Smith, and because we have a job to do that is really important on this budget. But it was hard to not go home and grieve for one of my very good and beloved friends, Melissa Hortman's, and her husband, Mark, whose funeral was held today in our state. And I would have been there in person because of the gravity of the legislation we are considering today, but I was able to watch it online. One of the things that I most remember and will always remember from that funeral, in addition to the beauty of it, in addition to the trees and the bushes that awaited the guests outside, because Melissa loved the beauty of the world and cared a lot about the world around her, but it was the words of our Archbishop, Archbishop Hebda. It was a very religious service, full Mass. My husband got to be there and take part in that Mass. But Archbishop Hebda said at the close of the ceremony, he quoted the new Pope, Pope Leo, who recently said that politics is one of the greatest forms of charity. Melissa always believed that. She believed that in how she lived her life and got things done for people, whether it was school lunches or better paid family leave or more fairness for people in our state. She believed that to her core, and her husband did too. When their kids wrote just a few days after their parents were murdered by a madman, their two kids in their 20s, one is going to get married in December. His fiance was there. Melissa was planning the wedding. They asked people to make the world just a little bit better. They said, plant a tree, pet a dog, hopefully a golden retriever, because they love dogs so much. Do something small or big. So I figure that's what we're going to be doing the next few days. And this is big. But it's something that's going to make a difference to people in this country if we don't do something about this bill right now. What does this bill do? It kicks 16 million people off their health care. 16 million people off their health care. In order to finance tax cuts for the wealthiest, in order to give multimillionaires a $400,000 tax cut, that doesn't make the world a better place. Adding $4 trillion in debt, $1 trillion of it is interest, which is going to make mortgage rates go up. It's going to make it harder for young people to be able to maybe get their first house or pay their rent. It's putting it on their backs. It's putting it on their shoulders. That's why I don't see this as a big, beautiful bill. I see this as a big, beautiful betrayal of the hardworking people of this country. Why are our colleagues scrambling to get this done in 2 days just because the president sets a deadline and says, jump, and they say, how high? Why are they always rubber stamping things that they don't actually believe in? We still know this newest draft, the 940 pages that no one's really read. We know that the bill still rips away health care from millions of Americans and closes hundreds of rural hospitals. It still shifts costs to states and threatens food assistance for families across the country. It still adds trillions of dollars to the federal debt. People in this country, the more they hear about this, the more they don't like it. A Fox News poll recently, 60% of the people don't like it. 2-to-1 people say this isn't going to help me, it's going to help wealthy people. People on Medicaid, they don't want to lose access to health care. 1 out of 2 people in assisted living are actually on Medicaid. You know, when my dad was in assisted living, he had some savings. He was married 3 times, so a lot of that money had gone away. Better for talk about another time. But I knew the exact day that that savings was going to run out. I knew the exact saving day because I was going to move him over to a Catholic Charities place that actually took Medicaid, because that was the day that his Medicaid would kick in. And it gave me some solace, even though he was in a place that didn't take Medicaid, that I had a plan for him. I had a place for him to go. He worked hard his whole life. Grew up in a hardscrabble mining town. He deserved to have the end of his life be a life of dignity. This is not what the American people voted for. When I get out to rural Minnesota, I visit all of 87 counties every single year. I've done 49 so far, so I've been in a lot of our rural counties in the last 6 months. They are scared to death of what this is going to do to rural hospitals, because the debt is so huge in this bill, it actually triggers some rules on Medicare that will cut $500 billion in Medicare. In addition to the Medicaid cuts I already laid out, which are now up to $900 billion. That's devastating for rural hospitals. It's projected 300 rural hospitals will close. This is the lifeline for people in rural America. When they get something, a very, very serious illness, yeah, they'll go to another hospital in a maybe bigger area, bigger town, metro area. But when they need emergency care, unless they're going to get a helicopter coming in to get them, or they break a leg, and there's a lot of people working outside in rural areas, farming, logging, you name it, they need to have a local hospital there. They need to have local doctors there. There is no avoiding the facts. 16 million people cut off health care, closing over 300 rural hospitals and 500 nursing homes across the country. Republicans want to say the updated text will help rural providers with additional funding, but the bill is now making over $900 billion in cuts instead of the $800 billion when it comes to health care. I've heard from a working mom of 2 whose parents rely on Medicaid for health care. She told me she doesn't think it's fair to shift the cost of care to families like her to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. Duh. She said we need to draw the line and say this is enough. I have heard from so many people across my state about the food assistance cut. 4 million people off of food assistance. You know what the vast majority of people on food assistance? Veterans, seniors, people with little kids, old people. Those are the people on food assistance. Grocery stores. In rural areas, you may have 1 grocery store in a town, more likely in a county, more likely in 4 counties. They are operating already, many of them are independent groceries, on thin change. You make these kind of thin margins, you make these kinds of cuts, to SNAP, the results are going to be that you're going to lose these grocery stores. As ranking member of the Senate Ag Committee, I have heard over and over again from farmers who are already facing headwinds. The Trump tariffs, they don't have markets now that they had markets before. The cuts to the international food assistance that we were always so proud of in this country, that was other organizations buying American farmers' food. The input costs, what's happening with avian flu and other things, and now you add this. This is food that's produced by American farmers when you cut $200 billion, as the Senate bill does, from the SNAP program. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed that the Senate bill would end SNAP for 2.9 million Americans, including over nearly a million seniors and 270,000 veterans. The bill passed by the House would add $3.4 trillion, as I noticed, to the national debt, and this Senate bill is now up to $4 trillion. And it uses this funky budgeting, which, let me just explain it an easy way. It's called baseline budgeting. Everyone that looks at this from the outside says, this is a $4 trillion debt adder. But they use something where they say, okay, let's say, the Washington Post did this today. You go to a movie and you buy a movie ticket, let's say it's $10. Then you get some pop, then you do that 1 week, and then, because you want to see that F1 movie, the new movie, then 2 weeks later, you go and you want to see it again, but you get some popcorn for $5, small popcorn for $5. Okay, instead of saying you're paying your $10 for the ticket and your $5 for the popcorn, they say, oh, it's only $5, because that's how much it went up over the last few weeks. That's the funky budgeting. That's the joke. That's the faux budgeting that's going on the other side. $4 trillion in 10 years, that is what it costs. This is not what Americans voted for. The president promised to lower costs and stand up for the middle class. This bill does the opposite. It raises costs. It takes from working people to pad the pockets of the wealthy. And that is why this bill is so unpopular. Whether it is a mom from Louisiana whose son has Down syndrome and counts on Medicaid, or a bus driver from Kansas, like the one I met, who uses SNAP to feed her kids, the American people are speaking out against this bill. We will have the weekend to fight this bill. And I think people in the middle of the summer, maybe they're not tuned in, but they better tune in, because we should be protecting health care, not taking it away, defending food assistance, not raising grocery costs. We should not be giving tax breaks to the wealthy. We should be helping out the middle class and hardworking Americans. That's what our job should be. It's not what this bill is. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have before us today a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver legislation to create a safer, stronger, and more prosperous America. With one bill, we can deliver on a number of priorities: tax relief for hardworking Americans, economic growth, a stronger national defense, a more secure border, a more reliable energy supply, and reductions in waste, fraud, and abuse across the federal government. Mr. President, we seldom have an opportunity to take the kind of action that we're planning to take on just one of these priorities, let alone all of them. When was the last time we considered legislation like this to give a $150 billion boost to our defense spending? Any serious declines in our military readiness, I should say after serious declines in our military readiness, we are on the verge of notable investment in a number of critical military priorities: shipbuilding, missile defense, defense manufacturing capacity, critical munitions, drones and counter-drone technology, an expanded Air Force fighter fleet, nuclear modernization, U.S. infrastructure in the Pacific, and more. And while it's no substitute for robust yearly defense funding, our bill represents a real chance to start to turn our readiness deficiencies around. There is no time, Mr. President, in which we can afford to let our military readiness slide. But above all, at this time of increased global instability, it is especially vital that we ensure that our military has the resources it needs to deter our enemies and defend our country. So just by itself, the national defense section of our reconciliation bill represents a historic opportunity. And that's just one section of the bill. We're also looking at historic investment in border security, $160 billion. Yeah, that's right, $160 billion to undo the damage done by the Biden border crisis and secure our border for the long term. More Border Patrol agents, more immigration and customs enforcement agents, funding to complete the border wall and implement critical border technology. Mr. President, it's all there. We have the opportunity to take the gains the Trump administration has made in securing our border and deporting criminals and make that progress permanent. Like the defense section, the border security provisions of this bill would be an impressive and historic piece of legislation all on their own. But again, they're just one section. We're also looking at the chance to increase our energy independence, making us safer and more prosperous. And we're looking at an exceedingly rare opportunity to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, including the first real entitlement reform in decades. Reform that will put these programs on a more sustainable path for today's recipients and for tomorrow's. Once again, impressive opportunities all on their own. But even more incredible when you consider that we're looking at the prospect of being able to do all of these things in one bill. And then, of course, Mr. President, there's the tax relief. Talk about a section of the bill that would be an achievement all on its own. We're looking at the opportunity to make the 2017 tax relief permanent. That means permanently extending the lower tax rates, permanently extending the increased standard deduction, and not only permanently extending the enhanced child tax credit, but enhancing it even further to $2,200 per child and linking it to inflation so its value will never go down. But not just that. There's more. We're eliminating taxes on tips for millions of tipped workers. We're eliminating taxes on overtime for millions of hourly workers. We're putting in place an auto loan interest deductible when you buy a new car manufactured here in the United States. And we're increasing the standard deduction for millions of low and middle income seniors, making their retirement a little easier and more prosperous. We're also implementing a program to create savings accounts for newborns with an initial deposit of $1,000 to help parents save and invest for their children's future needs. And Mr. President, that's still not all. We're also looking at the chance to grow our economy by making the rest of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act business tax relief permanent. That means lower effective rates for small and medium-sized businesses. The job-creating 199A small business deduction, and full expensing for new equipment and for domestic research and development. And we're adding to the 2017 tax relief with new pro-growth provisions, like a provision to boost domestic manufacturing by implementing full expensing for new factories and factory improvements. Thanks to the pro-growth provisions in our legislation, we can expect to see GDP as much as 4.9% higher as a result of our bill. And that, of course, Mr. President, means more jobs and opportunities and better wages for hardworking Americans. Mr. President, Republicans made some promises to the American people last November. We promised to grow our economy, to extend the 2017 tax relief and prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on the American people, to secure our border and enhance the safety of our communities, to unleash American energy. We made those promises, and the American people elected us to office. Now they expect us to deliver. The opportunity is before us to deliver on our promises and make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. 53 members will never agree on every detail of legislation. Let's face it. But Republicans are united in our commitment to what we're doing in this bill: securing our border, strengthening our national defense, growing our economy, unleashing American energy, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and preventing tax hikes on hardworking Americans. Mr. President, it's time to get this legislation across the finish line. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the Always do that. Mr. President, I understand that there's a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for a second time.
H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Res. 14.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill be placed on the calendar.
Thank you. President, I would suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to calendar number 107, H.R. 1.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 107, H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Con. Res. 14.
The questions on the motion to proceed?
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Husted, Justice, Moody, Moreno, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Durbin, Heinrich, King, Ossoff, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Tillis, Warner, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Coons, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman. No. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Moreno, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
Thank you.
Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Johnson, no.
I'm checking with the...
Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Warnock, no.
Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Murkowski? Aye.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Lee. Aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 107, H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14.
I call up amendment number 2360.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading be dispensed with.
Reserving the right to object.
Is there,
And I will object. Senate Republicans are scrambling to pass a radical bill released to the public in the dead of night, praying the American people don't realize what's in it. If Senate Republicans won't tell the American people what's in this bill, then Democrats are going to force this chamber to read it from start to finish. I object.
objections heard? All right. The clerk will read the amendment.
Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Section 2, table of contents. The table of contents of this act is as follows. Section 1, short title. Section 2, table of contents. Title 1, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. Subtitle A, Nutrition. Section 10101, Reevaluation of Thrifty Food Plan. Section 10102, modifications to SNAP work requirements for able-bodied adults. Section 10103, availability of standard utility allowances based on receipt on energy assistance. Section 10104, restrictions on internet expenses. Section 10105, matching funds requirements. Section 10106, administrative cost sharing. Section 10107, National Education and Obesity Prevention Grant Programs. Section 10108, Alien SNAP Eligibility. Subtitle B, Forestry. Section 10201, Rescissions of Amounts for Forestry. Subtitle C, Commodities. Section 10301, Effective Reference Price. Section 10302, Base Acres. Section 10303, Producer Election. Section 10304, Price Loss Coverage. Section 10305, Agriculture Risk Coverage. Section 10306, Equitable Treatment of Certain Entities. Section 10307, Payment Limitations. Section 10308, Adjusted Gross Income Limitation. Section 10309, Marketing Loans. Section 10310, Repayment of Marketing Loans. Section 10311, Economic Adjustment Assistance for Textile Mills. Section 10312, Sugar Price Updates. Section 10313, Dairy Policy Updates. Section 10314, Implementation. Subtitle D, Disaster Assistance Programs. Section 10401, Supplemental Agriculture Disaster Assistance. Subtitle E, Crop Insurance. Section 10501, Beginning Farmer and Rancher Benefit. Section 10502, Area-Based Crop Insurance Coverage and Affordability. Section 10503, Administrative and Operative Expense Adjustments. Section 10504, Premium Support. Section 10505, Program Compliance and Integrity. Section 10506, Reviews, Compliance, and Integrity. Section 10507, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. Subtitle F, Additional Investments in Rural America. Section 10601, Conservation. Section 10602, Supplemental Agriculture Trade Promotion Program. Section 10603, Nutrition. Section 10604, Research. Section 10605, Energy. Section 10606, Horticulture. Section 10607, Miscellaneous. Title II, Committee on Armed Services. Section 2001, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for improving the quality of life for military personnel. Section 20002, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for shipbuilding. Section 20003, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for integrated air and missile defense. Just write pending on that. Get them to send it out. Section 20004, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for munitions and defense supply chain resiliency. Section 20005, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for scaling low-cost weapons into production. Section 20006, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for improving the efficiency and cybersecurity of the Department of Defense. Section 20007, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for air superiority. Section 20008, Enhancement of Resources for nuclear forces. Section 20009, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources to improve capabilities of United States Indo-Pacific Command. Section 20010, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for improving the readiness of the Department of Defense. Section 20011, Improving Department of Defense border support and counter-drug missions. Section 20012, Department of Defense oversight. Section 20013, military construction projects authorized. Section 20014, multi-year operational plan. Title III, Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Section 30001, funding cap for the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection. Section 30002, rescission of funds for green and resilient retrofit program for multifamily housing. Section 30003, Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund. Section 30004, Appropriations for Defense Production Act. Title IV, Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Section 40001, Coast Guard Mission Readiness. Section 40002, Spectrum Auctions. Section 40003, Air Traffic Control Improvements. Section 40004, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. Section 40005, Mars Missions, Artemis Mission, and Moon to Mars Program. Section 40006, Corporate Average Fuel Economy Civil Penalties. Section 40007, Payment for Lease of Metropolitan Washington Airports. Section 40008, Rescission of certain amounts for the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. Section 40009, Reduction in annual transfers to Travel Promotion Fund. Section 40010, Treatment of unobligated funds for alternative fuel and low-emission aviation technology. Section 40011, rescission of amounts appropriated for Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund. Section 40012, support for artificial intelligence under the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program. Title V, Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Subtitle A, Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50101, Onshore Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50102, Offshore Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50103, Royalties on Extracted Methane. Section 50104, Alaska Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50105, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. Subtitle B, Mining. Section 50201, Coal Leasing. Section 50202, Coal Royalty. Section 50203, Leases for Known Recoverable Coal Resources. Section 50204, Authorization to Mine Federal Coal. Subtitle C, Lands. Section 50301. Section 50302, Timber Sales and Long-Term Contracting for the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. Section 50303, Renewable Energy Fees on Federal Land. Section 50304, Renewable Energy Revenue Sharing. Section 50305, Rescission of National Park Service and Bureau of Land Management Funds. Section 50306, Celebrating America's 250th Anniversary. Subtitle D, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Section 50401, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Section 50402, Repeals Rescissions. Section 50403, Energy Dominance Financing. Section 50404, Transformational Artificial Intelligence Models. Subtitle E, Water. Section 50501, Water Conveyance and Surface Water Storage Enhancement. Title VI, Committee on Environment and Public Works. Section 60001, Rescission of Funding for Clean Heavy-Duty Vehicles. Section 60002, Repeal of Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Section 60003, Rescission of Funding for Diesel Emission Reductions. Section 60004, Rescission of Funding to Address Air Pollution. Section 60005, Rescission of Funding to Address Air Pollution at Schools. Section 60006, rescission of funding for low emissions electricity program. Section 60007, rescission of funding for Section 211O of the Clean Air Act. Section 60008, rescission of funding for implementation of the American Innovation and Manufacturing Act. Section 60009, rescission of funding for enforcement, technology, and public information. Section 60010, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas corporate reporting. Section 60011, rescission of funding for environmental product declaration assistance. Section 60012, rescission of funding for methane emissions and waste reduction incentive program for petroleum and natural gas systems. Section 60013, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas, air pollution plans, and implementation grants. Section 60014, rescission of funding for Environmental Protection Agency efficient, accurate, and timely reviews. Section 60015, rescission of funding for low embodied carbon labeling for construction materials. Section 60016, rescission of funding for environmental and climate justice block grants. Section 60017, rescission of funding for ESA recovery plans. Section 60018, rescission of funding for environmental and climate data collection. Section 60019, rescission of neighborhood access and equity grant program. Section 60020, rescission of funding for federal building assistance. Section 60021, rescission of funding for low-carbon materials for federal buildings. Section 60022, rescission of funding for GSA emerging and sustainable technologies. Section 60023, rescission of environmental review implementation funds. Section 60024, rescission of low-carbon transportation materials grants. Section 60025, John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. Section 60026, project sponsor opt-in fees for environmental services. Title VII, Finance. Subtitle A, Tax. Section 70001, references to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, etc. Chapter 1, providing permanent tax relief for middle-class families and workers. Section 70101, extension and enhancement of reduced rates. Section 70102, extension and enhancement of increased standard deduction. Section 70103, termination of deduction of personal exemptions other than temporary senior deduction. Section 70104, extension and enhancements of increased child tax credit. Section 70105, extension and enhancement of deduction for qualified business income. Section 70106, extension and enhancement of increased estate and gift tax exemption amounts. Section 70107, extension of increased alternative minimum tax exemption amounts and modification of phase-out thresholds. Section 70108, extension and modification of limitation on deduction for qualified residence interest. Section 70109, extension and modification of limitation on casualty loss deduction. Section 70110, termination of miscellaneous itemized deductions other than educator expenses. Section 70111, limitation on tax benefits of itemized deductions. Section 70112, extension and modification of qualified transportation fringe benefits. Section 70113, extension and modification of limitation on deduction and exclusions for moving expenses. Section 70114, extension and modification of limitation on wagering losses. Section 70115, extension and enhancement of increased limitation on contributions to ABLE accounts. Section 70116, extension and enhancement of savers credit allowed for able contributors. Section 70117, extension of rollovers for qualified tuition programs to able accounts permitted. Section 70118, extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional areas. Section 70119, extension and modification and exclusion from gross income of student loans discharged on account of death or disability. Section 70120, limitation on individual deductions for certain state and local taxes, etc. Chapter 2, delivering on presidential priorities to provide new middle-class tax relief. Section 70201, no tax on tips. Section 70202, no tax on overtime. Section 70203, no tax on car loan investment. Section 70204, Trump accounts and contribution pilot program. Chapter 3, establishing certainty and competitiveness for American job creators. Subtitle A, permanent U.S. business tax reform and boosting domestic investment. Section 70301, full expensing for certain business property. Section 70302, full expensing of domestic research and experimental expenditures. Section 70303, modification of limitation on business interest. Section 70304, extension and enhancement of paid family and medical leave credit. Section 70305, exceptions from limitations on deduction for business meals. Section 70306, increased dollar limitations for expensing of certain depreciable business assets. Section 70307, special depreciation allowance for qualified production property. Section 70308, enhancement of advanced manufacturing investment credit. Section 70309, spaceports are treated like airports under exempt facility bond rules. Subtitle B, permanent America First international tax reforms. Part 1, foreign tax credit. Section 70311, modifications related to foreign tax credit limitation. Section 70312, modifications to determination of deemed paid credit for taxes properly attributable to tested income. Section 70313, sourcing certain income from the sale of inventory produced in the United States. Part 2, foreign-derived deduction eligible income and net CFC tested income. Section 70321, modification of deduction for foreign-derived deduction eligible income and net CFC tested income. Section 70322, determination of deduction eligible income. Section 70323, rules related to deemed intangible income. Part 3, base erosion minimum tax. Section 70331, extension and modification of base erosion minimum tax amount. Part 4, business interest limitation. Section 70341, coordination of business interest limitation and interest capitalization provisions. Section 70342, definition of adjusted taxable income for business interest limitation. Part 5, other international tax reforms. Section 70351, permanent extension of look-through rule for related controlled foreign corporations. Section 70352, repeal of election for 1 month deferral and determination of taxable year of specified foreign corporations. Section 70353, restoration of limitation on downward attribution of stock ownership in applying constructive ownership rules. Section 70354, modification to pro rata share rules. Chapter 4, investing in American families, communities, and small businesses. Subchapter A, permanent investments in families and children. Section 70401, enhancement of employer-provided child care credit. Section 70402, enhancement of adoption credit. Section 70403, recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has special needs for purposes of the adoption credit. Section 70404, enhancement of the Dependent Care Assistance Program. Section 70405, enhancement of Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit. Subtitle B, permanent investments in students and reforms to tax-exempt institutions. Section 70411, tax credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship-granting organizations. Section 70412, exclusion for employer payments of student loans. Section 70413, additional expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purpose of 529 accounts. Section 70414, certain post-secondary credentializing expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. Section 70415, modification of excise tax on investment income of certain private colleges and universities. Section 70416, expanding application of tax on excess compensation within tax-exempt organizations. Subchapter C, permanent investments in community development. Section 70421, permanent renewal and enhancement of opportunity zones. Section 70422, permanent enhancement of low-income housing tax credit. Section 70423, permanent extension of new markets tax credit. Section 70424, permanent and expanded reinstatement of partial deduction for charitable contributions of individuals who do not elect to itemize. Section 70425, 0.5% floor on deduction of contributions made by individuals. Section 70426, 1% floor on deduction of charitable contributions made by corporations. Section 70427, permanent increase in limitations on cover over of tax on distilled spirits. Section 70428, nonprofit community development activities in remote native languages. Section 70429, adjustment of charitable deduction for certain expenses incurred in support of Native Alaskan subsistent whaling. Section 70430, exception to percentage of completion method of accounting for certain residential construction contracts. Subchapter D, permanent investments in small business and rural America. Section 70431, expansion of qualified small business stock gain exclusion. Section 70432, repeal of revision to de minimis rules for third-party network transactions. Section 70433, increase in threshold for requiring information reporting with respect to certain payees. Section 70434, treatment of certain qualified sound recording productions. Section 70435, exclusion of interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. Section 70436, reduction of transfer and manufacturing taxes for certain devices. Section 70437, treatment of capital gains from the sale of certain farmland property. Section 70438, extension of rules for treatment of certain disaster-related personal casualty losses. Chapter 5, ending Green New Deal spending, promoting America First energy, and other reforms. Subchapter A, termination of Green New Deal subsidies. Section 70501, termination of previously owned clean vehicle credit. Section 70502, termination of clean vehicle credit. Section 70503, termination of qualified commercial clean vehicles credit. Section 70504, termination of alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit. Section 70505, termination of energy efficient home improvement credit. Section 70506, termination of residential clean energy credit. Section 70507, termination of energy efficient commercial building deduction. Section 70508, termination of new energy efficient home credit. Section 70509, termination of cost recovery for energy, property, and qualified clean energy facilities, property, and technology. Section 70510, modifications of zero-emission nuclear power production credit. Section 70511, termination of clean hydrogen production credit. Section 70512, termination and restrictions on clean electricity production credit. Section 70513, termination and restrictions on clean electricity investment credit. Section 70514, phase out and restrictions on advanced manufacturing production credit. Section 70515, restriction on the extension of advanced energy project credit program. Subchapter B, enhancement of America First energy policy. Section 70521, extension and modification of clean fuel production credit. Section 70522, restrictions on carbon oxide sequestration credit. Section 70523, intangible drilling and development costs taken into account for purposes of computing adjusted financial statement income. Section 70524, income from hydrogen storage, carbon capture, advanced nuclear, hydropower, and geothermal energy added to qualifying income of certain publicly traded partnerships. Section 70525, allow for payments to certain individuals who die fuel. Subchapter C, other reforms. Section 70531, modifications to de minimis entry privilege for commercial shipments. Chapter 6, enhancing deduction and income tax credit, guardrails, and other reforms. Section 70601, modification and extension of limitation on excess business losses of non-corporate taxpayers. Section 70602, treatment of payments for partnerships to partners for property or services. Section 70603, excessive employee remuneration from controlled group members and allocation of deduction. Section 70604, third-party litigation funding reforms. Section 70605, excise tax on certain remittance transfers. Section 70606, enforcement provisions with respect to COVID-related employee retention credits. Section 70607, Social Security number requirement for American Opportunity and Lifetime Learning credits. Section 70608, Task Force on the Replacement of the Direct File. Subtitle B, Health. Chapter 1, Medicaid. Chapter A, Reducing Fraud and Improving Enrollment Processes. Section 71101, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule Relating to Eligibility and Enrollment in Medicare Savings Programs. Section 71102, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule Relating to Eligibility and Enrollment for Medicaid, CHIP, and the Basic Health Program. Section 71103, Reducing Duplicate Enrollment under the Medicaid and CHIP programs. Section 71104, Ensuring deceased individuals do not remain enrolled. Section 71105, Ensuring deceased providers do not remain enrolled. Section 71106, Payment reduction related to certain erroneous excess payments under Medicaid. Section 71107, Eligibility redeterminations. Section 71108, revising home equity limit for determining eligibility for long-term care services under the Medicaid program. Section 71109, alien Medicaid eligibility. Section 71110, expansion FMAP for certain states providing payments for health care furnished to certain individuals. Section 71111, expansion of FMAP for emergency Medicaid. Subchapter B, preventing wasteful spending. Section 7112, moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs. Section 71113, reducing state Medicaid costs. Section 71114, prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for certain items and services. Section 71115, federal payments to prohibited entities. Subchapter C, stopping abusive financing practices. Section 7116, sunsetting increased FMAP incentive. Section 71117, provider taxes. Section 71118, state-directed payments. Section 71119, requirements regarding waiver of uniform tax requirement for Medicaid provider tax. Section 71120, requiring budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects under Section 1115. Subchapter D, increasing personal accountability. Section 71121, requirement for states to establish Medicaid community engagement requirements for certain individuals. Section 71122, modifying cost-sharing requirements for certain expansion individuals under the Medicaid program. Subchapter E, expanding access to care. Section 71123, making certain adjustments to coverage of home or community-based services under Medicaid. Section 71124, determination of FMAP for high-poverty states. Chapter 2, Medicare. Subchapter A, strengthening eligibility requirements. Section 71201, limiting Medicare coverage of certain individuals. Subchapter B, improving services for seniors. Section 71202, temporary payment, increase under the Medicare physician fee schedule to account for exceptional circumstances. Section 71203, expanding and clarifying the exclusion for orphan drugs under the drug price negotiation program. Section 71204, application of cost living adjustment to non-labor related portion for hospital outpatient department services furnished in Alaska and Hawaii. Chapter 3, health tax. Subchapter A, improving eligibility criteria. Section 71301, permitting premium tax credit only for certain individuals. Section 71302, disallowing premium tax credit during periods of Medicaid ineligibility due to alien status. Subchapter B, preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. Section 71303, requiring verification of eligibility for premium tax credit. Section 71304, disallowing premium tax credit in case of certain coverage enrolled in during special enrollment period. Section 71305, eliminating limitation on recapture of advance payment of premium tax credit. Section 71306, permanent extension of safe harbor for absence of deductible for telehealth services. Section 71307, allowance of bronze and catastrophic plans and connection with health savings accounts. Section 71308, treatment of direct primary care service arrangements. Chapter 4, protecting rural hospitals and providers. Section 71401, Rural Health Transformation Program. Subtitle C, increase in debt limit. Section 72001, modification of limitation on the public debt. Title 8, Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Subtitle A, exemption of certain assets. Section 80001, exemption of certain assets. Subtitle B, loan limits. Section 81001, establishment of loan limits for graduate and professional students and parent borrowers, termination of graduate and professional plus loans. Subtitle C, loan repayment. Section 82001, loan repayment. Section 82002, deferment, forbearance. Section 82003, loan rehabilitation. Section 82004, public service loan forgiveness. Section 82005, student loan servicing. Subtitle D, Pell Grants. Section 83001, eligibility. Section 83002, workforce Pell Grants. Section 83003, Pell shortfall. Section 83004, federal Pell Grants exclusion relating to other grant aid. Subtitle E, accountability. Section 84001, ineligibility based on low earnings outcomes. Subtitle F, regulatory relief. Section 85001, delay of rule relating to borrower defense to repayment. Section 85002, delay of rule relating to closed school discharges. Subtitle G, limitation on authority. Section 86001, limitation on proposing or issuing regulations and executive actions. Subtitle H, Garden of Heroes. Section 87001, Garden of Heroes.
Subtitle 1, Office of Refugee Resettlement, Section 88001, Potential Sponsor Vetting for Unaccompanied Alien Children Appropriation. Title 9, Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. Subtitle A, Homeland Security Provisions. Section 90001, Border Infrastructure and Wall System. Section 90002, U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel, fleet vehicles, and facilities. Section 90003, detention capacity. Section 90004, border security, technology, and screening. Section 90005, state and local assistance. Section 90006, presidential residence protection. Section 90007, Department of Homeland Security appropriations for border support. Subtitle B, Governmental Affairs Provisions. Section 90101, FEHB improvements. Section 90102, Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. Section 90103, Appropriation for the Office of Management and Budget. Title 10, Committee on the Judiciary. Subtitle A, Immigration and Law Enforcement Matters. Part 1, Immigration Fees. Section 100001, Applicability of the Immigration Laws. Section 100002, Asylum Fee. Section 100003, Employment Authorization Document Fees. Section 100004, Immigration Parole Fee. Section 100005, Special Immigrant Juvenile Fee. Section 100006, Temporary Protected Status Fee. Section 100007, Visa Integrity Fee. Section 100008, Form I-94 Fee. Section 100009, Annual Asylum Fee. Section 100010, Fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for parolees. Section 10011, fee relating to renewal or extension of employment authorization for asylum applicants. Section 10012, fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for aliens granted temporary protected status. Section 10013, fees relating to applications for adjustment of status. Section 10014, electronic system for travel authorization fee. Section 10015, electronic visa update system fee. Section 10016, fee for aliens ordered removed in absentia. Section 10017, inadmissible alien apprehension fee. Section 10018, amendment to authority to apply for asylum. Part 2, immigration and law enforcement funding. Section 10051, appropriation for the Department of Homeland Security. Section 10052, appropriation for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Section 10053, appropriation for federal law enforcement training centers. Section 10054, appropriation for the Department of Justice. Section 10055, bridging immigration-related deficits experienced nationwide reimbursement fund. Section 10056, appropriation for the Bureau of Prisons. Section 10057, appropriation for the United States Secret Service. Subtitle B, Judiciary Matters. Section 10011, appropriation to the Administrative Office of the United States Courts. Section 10012, appropriation to the Federal Judicial Center. Subtitle C, Radiation Exposure Compensation Matters. Section 1000201, extension of fund. Section 1000202, claims relating to atmospheric testing. Section 1000203, claims relating to uranium mining. Section 1000205, limitations on claims. Title I, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. Subtitle A, Nutrition. Section 10101, reevaluation of Thrifty Food Plan. A, in general, Section 3 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2012, is amended by striking subsection U and inserting the following. U, Thrifty Food Plan. 1, in general, the term Thrifty Food Plan means a diet required to feed a family of 4 persons consisting of a man and a woman ages 20 through 50, a child ages 6 through 8, and a child ages 9 through 11, using the items and quantities of food described in the report of the Department of Agriculture entitled Thrifty Food Plan 2021. And each successor report updated pursuant to this subsection, subject to the conditions that A, the relevant market baskets of the Thrifty Food Plan shall only be changed pursuant to paragraph 4. B, the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan shall be the basis for uniform allotments for all households regardless of the actual composition of the household. And C, the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan may only be adjusted in accordance with this subsection. 2, household adjustments. The Secretary shall make household adjustments using the following ratios of household size as a percentage of the maximum 4-person allotment. A, for a 1-person household, 30%. B, for a 2-person household, 55%. C, for a 3-person household, 79%. D, for a 4-person household, 100%. E, for a 5-person household, 119%. F, for a 6-person household, 143%. G, for a 7-person household, 158%. H, for an 8-person household, 180%. I, for a household of 9 persons or more, an additional 22% per person, which additional percentage shall not total more than 200%. 3, allowable cost adjustments. The Secretary shall, A, make cost adjustments in the Thrifty Food Plan for Hawaii and the urban and rural parts of Alaska to reflect the cost of food in Hawaii and urban and rural Alaska. B, make cost adjustments in the separate thrifty food plans for Guam and the Virgin Islands of the United States to reflect the cost of food in those states, but not to exceed the cost of food in the 50 states and the District of Columbia. And C, on October 1st, 2025, and on each October 1st thereafter, adjust the cost of the thrifty food plan to reflect changes in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the Department of Labor for the most recent 12-month period ending in June. 4, reevaluation of market baskets. A, reevaluation. Not earlier than October 1st, 2027, the Secretary may reevaluate the market baskets of the Thrifty Food Plan based on current food prices, food composition data, consumption patterns, and dietary guidance. B, cost neutrality. The Secretary shall not increase the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan based on a reevaluation under this paragraph. B, conforming amendments. 1. Section 16C1A22 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2025 C1A22 is amended by striking Section 3U4 and inserting Section 3U3. 2. Section 19A2A2 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2028A2A2 is amended by striking Section 3U4 and inserting Section 3U3. 3. Section 27A2 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2036A2 is amended by striking Section 3U4, each place it appears, and inserting Section 3U3. Section 1012, modifications to SNAP work requirements for able-bodied adults. A, exceptions. Section 6.0 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 20150 is amended by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following. 3, exceptions. Paragraph 2 shall not apply to an individual if the individual is A, under 18 or over 65 years of age, B, medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment, C, a parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age, D, otherwise exempt under subsection D2, E, a pregnant woman, F, an Indian or urban Indian, as such terms are defined in paragraphs 13 and 28 of Section 4 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, or G, a California Indian described in Section 809A of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. B, standardizing enforcement. Section 604 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 USC 201504 is amended, 1, in subparagraph A by striking clause 2 and inserting the following. 2, is in a non-contiguous state and has an unemployment rate that is at or above 1.5 times the national unemployment rate, 8%, and 2, by adding at the end the following. C, definition of non-contiguous state. 1, in general, in this paragraph, the term non-contiguous state means a state that is not one of the contiguous 48 states or the District of Columbia. 2, exclusion. The term non-contiguous state does not include Guam or the Virgin Islands of the United States. C, waiver for non-contiguous states. Section 6.0 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 20150 is amended, 1, by redesignating paragraph 7 as paragraph 8, and 2, by inserting after paragraph 6 the following. 7, exemption for non-contiguous states. A, definition of non-contiguous state. 1, in general, in this paragraph, the term non-contiguous state means a state that is not one of the contiguous 48 states or the District of Columbia. 2, exclusions. In this paragraph, the term non-contiguous state does not include Guam or the Virgin Islands of the United States. B, exemption. Subject to subparagraph D, the Secretary may exempt individuals in a non-contiguous state from compliance with the requirements of paragraph 2 if, 1, the state agency submits to the Secretary a request for that exemption made in such form and at such time as the Secretary may require, and including the information described in subparagraph C. And 2, the Secretary determines that based on that request, the state agency is demonstrating a good faith effort to comply with the requirements of paragraph 2. C, good faith effort determination. In determining whether a state agency is demonstrating a good faith effort or for purposes of subparagraph B2, the Secretary shall consider 1, any action taken by the state agency toward compliance with the requirements of paragraph 2. 2, any significant barriers to or challenges in meeting those requirements, including barriers or challenges relating to funding, design, development, procurement, or installation of necessary systems or resources. 3, the detailed plan and timeline of the state agency for achieving full compliance with those requirements, including any milestones as defined by the Secretary. And 4, any other criteria determined appropriate by the Secretary. D, duration of exemption. 1, in general, an exemption granted under subparagraph B shall expire not later than December 31st, 2028, and may not be renewed beyond that date. 2, early termination. The Secretary may terminate an exemption granted under subparagraph B prior to that expiration date of that exemption if the Secretary determines that the state agency, 1, has failed to comply with the reporting requirements described in subparagraph E, or 2, based on the information provided pursuant to subparagraph E, failed to make continued good faith efforts towards compliance with the requirements of this subsection. E, reporting requirements. A state agency granted an exemption under subparagraph B shall submit to the Secretary 1, quarterly progress reports on the status of the state agency in achieving the milestones toward full compliance described in subparagraph C3, and 2, information on specific risks or newly identified barriers or challenges to full compliance, including the plan of the state agency to mitigate those risks, barriers, or challenges. Section 10103, availability of standard utility allowances based on receipt of energy assistance. A, standard utility allowance. Section 5E 6C 4I of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014 E6C 4I is amended by inserting with an elderly or disabled member after households. B, third-party energy assistance payments. Section 5K4 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014 K4 is amended, 1, in subparagraph A by inserting without an elderly or disabled member before shall be, and 2, in subparagraph B by inserting with an elderly or disabled member before under a state law. Section 10104, restrictions on internet expenses. Section 5E6 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014 E6 is amended by adding at the end of the following. E, restrictions on internet expenses. Any service fee associated with internet connection shall not be used in computing the excess shelter expense deduction under this paragraph. Section 10105, matching funds requirements. A, in general, Section 4A of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2013A, is amended, 1, by striking A subject to and inserting the following. A, program. 1, establishment subject to, and 2, by adding at the end the following. 2, state quality control incentive. A, definition of payment error rate. In this paragraph, the term payment error rate has the meaning given the term in section 16C2. B, state cost share. 1, in general, beginning in fiscal year 2028, if the payment error rate of a state is determined under Clause 2 is 1, less than 6%, the federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 100%, and the state share shall be 0%. 2, equal to or greater than 6%, but less than 8%. The federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 95%, and the state share shall be 5%. 3, equal to or greater than 8%, but less than 10%. The federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 90%, and the state share shall be 10%. And 4, equal to or greater than 10%. The federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 85%, and the state share shall be 15%. 2, elections. 1, fiscal year 2028. For fiscal year 2028, to calculate the applicable state share under Clause 1, a state may elect to use the payment error rate of the state from fiscal year 2025 or 2026. 2, fiscal year 2029 and thereafter. For fiscal year 2029 and each fiscal year thereafter, to calculate the applicable state share under Clause 1, the Secretary shall use the payment error rate of the state for the third fiscal year preceding the fiscal year for which the state share is being calculated. 3, maximum federal payment. The Secretary may not pay towards the cost of an allotment described in paragraph 1 an amount that is greater than the applicable federal share under paragraph 2. 4, waiver authority. A, in general, the Secretary may waive the requirement under paragraph 2 for a non-contiguous state excluding Guam and the Virgin Islands of the United States for a period of not more than 2 years if, 1, the Secretary determines that the waiver is necessary, and 2, the non-contiguous state is, 1, actively implementing a corrective action plan as described in Section 275.17 of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation, and 2, carrying out any other activities determined necessary by the Secretary to reduce its payment error rate as defined in paragraph 2. B, termination of authority. The waiver authority under subparagraph A shall terminate on the date that is 4 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph. B, limitation on authority. Section 13A1 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2022 A1 is amended in the first sentence by inserting or the payment or disposition of a state share under Section 4A2 after 16C 1D12. Section 10106, administrative cost sharing. Section 16A of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2025A, is amended in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking agency an amount equal to 50% and inserting agency through fiscal year 2026, 50%, and for fiscal year 2027 and each fiscal year thereafter, 25%. Section 10107, National Education and Obesity Prevention Grant Program. Section 28D1F of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2036A D1F is amended by striking for fiscal year 2016 and each subsequent fiscal year, and inserting for each of fiscal years 2016 through 2025. Section 10108, Alien SNAP eligibility. Section 6F of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2015F, is amended to read as follows. F, no individual who is a member of a household otherwise eligible to participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program under this section shall be eligible to participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program as a member of that or any other household unless he or she is, 1, a resident of the United States, and 2, either A, a citizen or a national of the United States, B, an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence as an immigrant as defined by sections 101A15 and 101A20 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, excluding, among others, alien visitors, tourists, diplomats, and students who enter the United States temporarily with no intention of abandoning their residence in a foreign country. C, an alien who has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in Section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, or D, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with a compact of free association referred to in Section 402B2G of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. The income less at state option or a pro rata share and financial resources of the individual rendered ineligible to participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program under this subsection shall be considered in determining the eligibility and the value of the allotment of the household of which such individual is a member. Subtitle B, Forestry, Section 10201, Rescission of Amounts for Forestry. The unobligated balances of amounts appropriated by the following provisions of Public Law 117-169 are rescinded. 1. Paragraphs 3 and 4 of Section 23001A, 136 Stat 2023. 2. Paragraphs 1 through 4 of Section 23002A, 136 Stat 2025. 3. Section 23003A2, 136 Stat 2026. 4. Section 23005, 136 Stat 2027. Subtitle C, Commodities. Section 10301, Effective Reference Price, A, Effective Reference Price. Section 11118B2 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 90118B2 is amended by striking 85 and inserting beginning with the crop year 2025, 88. B, Reference Price. Section 1111 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9011, is amended by striking paragraph 19 and inserting the following. 19, Reference Price. A, in general, effective beginning with the 2025 crop year, subject to subparagraphs B and C, the term reference price with respect to a covered commodity for a crop year means the following. 1, for wheat, $6.35 per bushel. 2, for corn, $4.10 per bushel. 3, for grain, sorghum, $4.40 per bushel. 4, for barley, $5.45 per bushel. 5, for oats, $2.65 per bushel. 6, for long grain rice, $16.90 per hundredweight. 7, for medium grain rice, $16.90 per hundredweight. 8, for soybeans, $10 per bushel. 9, for other oil seeds, $23.75 per hundredweight. 10, for peanuts, $630 per ton. 11, for dry peas, $13.10 per hundredweight. 12, for lentils, $23.75 per hundredweight. 13, for small chickpeas, $22.65 per hundredweight. 14, for large chickpeas, $25.65 per hundredweight. 15, for seed cotton, 42 cents per pound. B, effectiveness. Effective beginning with the 2031 crop year, the reference price is defined in subparagraph A with respect to a covered commodity shall equal the reference price in the previous crop year multiplied by 1.005. C, limitation. In no case shall a reference price for a covered commodity exceed 113% of the reference price for such covered commodity listed in subparagraph A. Section 10302, base acres. Section 1112 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9012, is amended, 1, in subsection D3A by striking 2023 and inserting 2031, and by adding at the end of the following. E, additional base acres. 1, in general, as soon as practicable after the date of enactment of this subsection and notwithstanding subsection A, the Secretary shall provide notice to owners of eligible farms pursuant to paragraph 3 and allocate to those eligible farms a total of not more than an additional 30 million base acres in the manner provided in this subsection. An owner of a farm that is eligible to receive an allocation of base acres may elect to not receive that allocation by notifying the Secretary not later than 90 days after receipt of the notice provided by the Secretary under this paragraph. 2, content of notice. The notice under paragraph 1 shall include the following. A, information that the allocation is occurring. B, information regarding the eligibility of the farm for an allocation of base acres under paragraph 3. C, information regarding how an owner may appeal a determination of ineligibility for an allocation of base acres under paragraph 3.
Through an appeals process established by the Secretary. 3, eligibility. A, in general, subject to subparagraph D, effective beginning with the 2026 crop year, a farm is eligible to receive an allocation of base acres if, with respect to the farm, the amount described in subparagraph B exceeds the amount described in subparagraph C. B, 5-year average sum. The amount described in this subparagraph with respect to a farm is the sum of I, the 5-year average of I, the acreage planted on the farm to all covered commodities for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years. And 2, any acreage on the farm that the producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to covered commodities because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other conditions beyond the control of the producers as determined by the Secretary, plus 2, the lesser of 1, subsection 1, 15% of the total acres on the farm, and 2, the 5-year average of AA, the acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years, and subsection BB, any acreage on the farm that producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to eligible non-covered commodities because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other condition beyond the control of the producers, as determined by the Secretary. C, total number of base acres for covered commodities. The amount described in this subparagraph with respect to a farm is the total number of base acres for covered commodities on the farm, excluding unassigned crop base, as in effect on September 30, 2024. D, effect of no recent plantings of covered commodities in the case of a farm for which the amount determined under Clause I of subparagraph B is equal to 0. That farm shall be ineligible to receive an allocation of base acres under the subsection. E, acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities defined in this paragraph. The term acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities means acreage planted on a farm to commodities other than covered commodities, trees, bushes, vines, grass, or pasture, including cropland that was idle or fallow, as defined by the Secretary. 4, number of base acres, subject to paragraphs 3 and 8. The number of base acres allocated to an eligible farm shall, subsection A, be equal to the difference obtained by subtracting the amount determined under subparagraph C of paragraph 3 from the amount determined under subparagraph B of that paragraph. And B, include unassigned crop base. 5, allocation of acres. A, allocation. The Secretary shall allocate the number of base acres under paragraph 4 among those covered commodities planted on the farm at any time during the 2019 through 2023 crop years. B, allocation formula. The allocation of additional base acres for covered commodities shall be in proportion to the ratio of subsection I, the 5-year average of I, the acreage planted on the farm to each covered commodity for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years. And 2, any acreage on the farm that producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to that covered commodity because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other condition beyond the control of the producers as determined by the Secretary to the 5-year average determined under paragraph 3BI. Inclusion of all 5 years in average. For the purpose of determining a 5-year acreage average under subparagraph B for a farm, the Secretary shall not exclude any crop year in which a covered commodity was not planted. D, treatment of multiple planting or prevented planting. For the purpose of determining under subparagraph B the acreage on a farm that producers planted or were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to covered commodities, if the acreage that was planted or prevented from being planted was devoted to other covered commodity in the same crop year, other than a covered commodity produced under an established practice of double cropping, the owner may elect the covered commodity to be used for that year in determining the 5-year average, but may not include both the initial covered commodity and the subsequent covered commodity. E, limitation. The allocation of additional base acres among covered commodities on a farm under this paragraph may not result in a total number of base acres for the farm in excess of the number of acres on the farm. 6, reduction by the Secretary. In carrying out this subsection, if the total number of eligible acres allocated to base acres across all farms in the United States under this subsection would exceed 30 million acres, the Secretary shall apply an across-the-board prorated reduction to the number of eligible acres to ensure the number of allocated base acres under this subsection is equal to 30 million acres. 7, payment yield. Beginning with crop year 2026, for the purpose of making price loss coverage payments under Section 1116, the Secretary shall establish payment yields to base acres allocated under this subsection equal to A, the payment yield established on the farm for applicable covered commodity, and B, if no such payment yield for the applicable covered commodity exists, a payment yield equal to the average payment yield for the covered commodity for the county in which the farm is situated, or to determine pursuant to Section 1113C. 8, treatment of new owners. In the case of a farm for which the owner on the date of enactment of this subsection was not the owner for the 2019 through 2023 crop years, the Secretary shall use the planting history of the prior owner or owners of that farm for the purposes of determining A, eligibility under paragraph 3, B, eligibility acres under paragraph 4, and C, the allocation of acres under paragraph 5. Section 10303, producer election. A, in General Section 1115 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9015, is amended 1, in subsection A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2, in subsection C, A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, I, by striking crop year or and inserting crop year, and 2, by inserting or the 2026 crop year after 2019 crop year. B, in paragraph 1, I, by striking crop year or and inserting crop year, and II, by inserting or the 2026 crop year after 2019 crop year, and C, in paragraph 2, I, in subparagraph A, by striking and at the end, II, in subparagraph B, by striking the period at the end and inserting and 3, by adding at the end the following. C, the same coverage for each covered commodity on the farm for the 2027 through 2031 crop years as was applicable for the 2025 crop year. And 3, by adding at the end the following. 1, higher of price loss coverage payments and agricultural risk coverage payments. For the 2025 crop year, the Secretary shall, on a covered commodity by covered commodity basis, make the higher of price loss coverage payments under Section 1116 and agricultural risk covered county coverage payments under Section 1117 to the producers on a farm for the payment acres for each covered commodity on the farm. B, federal crop insurance supplemental coverage options. Section 508C4C 4IV of the Federal Crop Insurance Act 7 U.S.C. 1508 C4 CIV is amended by striking crops for which the producer has elected under Section 1116 of the Agricultural Act of 2014 to receive agricultural risk coverage in acres and inserting acres. Section 10304, price loss coverage. Section 1116 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9016 is amended. 1. In subsection A2, in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2. In subsection C1B, A, in the subparagraph heading by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. And B, in the matter preceding clause I by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 3. In subsection D, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2025 and inserting 2031, and 4. In subsection G, A, by striking subparagraph F of section 1111-19 and inserting paragraph 19A VI of section 1111, and B, by striking 2012 through 2016, each place it appears, and inserting 2017 through 2021. Section 10305, agricultural risk coverage. Section 1117 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9017 is amended. 1. In subsection A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2. In subsection C, A, in paragraph 1 by inserting for each of the 2014 through 2024 crop years and 90% of the benchmark revenue for each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years before the period at the end. B, by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. And C, in paragraph 4B, in the subparagraph heading, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 3, in subsection D1, by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. BI, for each of the 2014 through 2024 crop years, 10% of the benchmark revenue for the crop year applicable under subsection C and II. For each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years, 12% of the benchmark revenue for the crop year applicable under subsection C and 4 in subsections E, G5, and I5 by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. Section 10306, equitable treatment of certain entities. A, in general, Section 1001 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308, is amended. 1, in subsection A, by redesignated paragraph 5 as paragraph 6, and B, by inserting after paragraph 4 the following. 5, qualified pass-through entity. The term qualified pass-through entity means A, a partnership within the meaning of subchapter K of Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. B, an S corporation as defined in Section 1361 of that code. C, a limited liability company that does not affirmatively elect to be treated as a corporation. And D, a joint venture or general partnership. 2, in subsections B and C, by striking except a joint venture or general partnership, each place it appears, and inserting except a qualified pass-through entity. And 3, in subsection D, by striking subtitle B of Title I of the Agricultural Act of 2014, or B, attribution of payment, Section 1001 E3BII of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308 E3BII is amended. 1, in the clause heading by striking joint ventures and general partnerships and inserting qualified pass-through entities. 2, by striking a joint venture or a general partnership and inserting a qualified pass-through entity. 3, by striking joint ventures and general partnerships and inserting qualified pass-through entities. And 4, by striking the joint venture or general partnership and inserting the qualified pass-through entity. C, persons actively engaged in farming. Section 1001AB2 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308 1B2 is amended. 1, subparagraphs A and B, by striking a general partnership, a participant in a joint venture, each place it appears, and inserting a qualified pass-through entity. And 2, in subparagraph C, by striking a general partnership, joint venture, or similar entity, and inserting a qualified pass-through entity or a similar entity. D, joint and several liability. Section 100BD of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308-2D is amended by striking partnerships and joint ventures and inserting qualified pass-through entities. E, exclusion from AGI calculation, Section 1001D of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308-3AD is amended by striking general partnership or joint venture each place it appears. Section 10307, payment limitations. Section 1001 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308 is amended 1. In subsection B, A, by striking the and inserting subject to subsection I, the, and B, by striking $125,000 and inserting $155,000. And 2, in subsection C, A, by striking the and inserting subject to subsection I, the, and B, by striking $125,000 and inserting $155,000, and 3, by adding at the end the following: I, adjustment for the 2025 crop year and each crop year thereafter. The Secretary shall annually adjust the amounts described in subsections B and C for inflation based on the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the Department of Labor. Section 10308, adjusted gross income limitation. Section 1001DB of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308-3AB is amended 1. In paragraph 1, by striking paragraph 3 and inserting paragraphs 3 and 4. And 2, by adding at the end the following: 4, exception for certain operations. A, definitions. In this paragraph, I, accept payment or benefit. The term accepted payment or benefit means I, a payment or benefit under Subtitle E of Title I of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 908, at sequence. 2, a payment or benefit under Section 196 of the Federal Agricultural Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7333, and 3, a payment or benefit described in paragraph 2C received on or after October 1st, 2024. II, farming, ranching, or silviculture activities. The term farming, ranching, or silviculture activities include agritourism, direct-to-consumer marketing of agricultural products, the sale of agricultural equipment owned by the person or legal entity, and other agricultural-related activities as determined by the Secretary. B, exception. In the case of an accepted payment or benefit, the limitation established by paragraph 1 shall not apply to a person or legal entity during a crop, fiscal, or program year as appropriate, if greater than or equal to 75% of the average gross income of the person or legal entity derives from farming, ranching, or silviculture activities. Section 10309, marketing loans. A, availability of non-recourse marketing assistance loans for loan commodities. Section 1201B1 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9031B1 is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. B, loan rates for non-recourse marketing assistance loans. Section 1202 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9032 is amended 1 in subsection B. A, in the subsection heading by striking 2023 and inserting 2025, and B, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2025. 2, by redesignating subsections C and D as subsections D and E respectively. 3, by inserting after subsection B the following: C, 2026 through 2031 crop years. For the purposes of each of the 2026 through 2031 crop years, the loan rate for a marketing assistance loan under Section 1201 for a loan commodity shall be equal to the following: 1, in the case of wheat, $3.72 per bushel. In the case of corn, $2.42 per bushel. In the case of grain sorghum, $2.42 per bushel. 4, in the case of barley, $2.75 per bushel. 5, in the case of oats, $2.20 per bushel. 6, in the case of upland cotton, 55 cents per pound. 7, in the case of extra long staple cotton, $1 per pound. In the case of long grain rice, $7.70 per hundredweight. 9, in the case of medium grain rice, $7.70 per hundredweight. 10, in the case of soybeans, $6.82 per bushel. 11, in the case of other oilseeds, $11.10 per hundredweight for each of the following kinds of oilseeds: A, sunflower seed; B, rapeseed; C, canola; D, safflower; E, flaxseed; F, mustard seed; G, cranberry; H, sesame seeds; I, other oilseeds designated by the Secretary. 12, in the case of dry peas, $6.87 per hundredweight. 13, in the case of lentils, $14.30 per hundredweight. 14, in the case of small chickpeas, $11 per hundredweight. 15, in the case of large chickpeas, $15.40 per hundredweight. 16, in the case of grated wool, $1.60 per pound. 17, in the case of non-grated wool, 55 cents per pound. 18, in the case of mohair, $5 per pound. 19, in the case of honey, $1.50 per pound. 20, in the case of peanuts, $390 per ton. 4, in subsection D, as so redesignated by striking A11 and B11 and inserting A11, B11, and C11, and 5, in subsection E, as so redesignated in paragraph 1 by striking 25 cents and inserting 30 cents. C, payment of cotton storage costs. Section 1204G of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9034G is amended 1 by striking effective and inserting the following: 1, crop years 2014 through 2025, effective. 2, in paragraph 1, as so designated by striking 2023 and inserting 2025, and 3, by adding at the end the following: 2, payment of cotton storage costs effective for each of the 2026 through 2031 crop years. The Secretary shall make cotton storage payments for upland cotton and extra long staple cotton available in the same manner as the Secretary provided storage payments for the 2006 crop of upland cotton, except that the payment rate shall be equal to the lesser of A, the submitted storage charge for the current marketing year, and B, in the case of storage in I, California or Arizona, a payment rate of $4.90, and 2, II, any other state, a payment rate of $3. D, loan deficiency payments. 1, continuation. Section 1205A2B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9035A2B is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2, payments in lieu of LDPS. Section 1206 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9036 is amended in subsections A and D by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. E, special competitive provisions for extra long staple cotton. Section 1208A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9038A is amended in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2026 and inserting 2032. F, availability of recourse loans. Section 1209 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9039 is amended in subsections A, 2, B, and C by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. Section 310, repayment of marketing loans. Section 1204 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9034 is amended 1 in subsection B, A, by redesignating paragraph 1 as subparagraph A and indenting appropriately. B, in the matter preceding subparagraph A, as so redesignated by striking the Secretary and inserting the following. 1, in general, the Secretary, and C, by striking paragraph 2 and inserting the following. BI, in the case of long grain rice and medium grain rice, the prevailing world market price for the commodity as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section, or II, in the case of upland cotton, the prevailing world market price for the commodity as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section. 2, refund for upland cotton. In the case of repayment for a marketing assistance loan for upland cotton at a rate described in paragraph 1 BII, the Secretary shall provide the producer a refund, if any, in an amount equal to the difference between the lowest prevailing world market price as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section during the 30-day period following the date on which the producer repays the marketing assistance loan, and the repayment rate. 2, in subsection C, A, by striking the period at the end and inserting semicolon and, B, by striking at the loan rate and inserting the following: at a rate that is lesser of 1, the loan rate, and C, by adding at the end the following. 2, the prevailing world market price for the commodity as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section. 3, subsection D, A, in paragraph 1 by striking and medium grain rice and inserting medium grain rice and extra long staple cotton. B, by redesignating paragraphs 1 and 2 as subparagraphs A and B respectively and indenting appropriately. C, in the matter preceding subparagraph A as so redesignated by striking for purposes and inserting the following. 1, in general, for purposes, and D, by adding at the end the following. 2, upland cotton. In the case of upland cotton, for any period when price quotations for middling M 3/32-inch cotton are available, the formula under paragraph 1A shall be based on the average of the 3 lowest price growths that are quoted. And 4, in subsection E, A, in the subsection heading by inserting extra long staple cotton and upland cotton. B, in paragraph 2, I, in the paragraph heading by inserting upland before cotton, and 2 in subparagraph, and II in subparagraph B in the matter preceding clause I by striking 2024 and inserting 2032. C, by redesignating paragraph 3 as paragraph 4, and D by inserting after paragraph 2 the following. 3, extra long staple cotton. The prevailing world market price for extra long staple cotton determined under subsection D, A, shall be adjusted to United States quality and location with the adjustment to include the average cost to market the commodity, including average transportation cost as determined by the Secretary, and B, may be further adjusted during the period beginning on the date of enactment of the act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14, 119th Congress, and ending on July 31st, 2032. If the Secretary determines the adjustment is necessary, I, to minimize potential loan forfeitures, I, to minimize the accumulation of stocks of extra long staple cotton by the federal government, I, to ensure that extra long staple cotton produced in the United States can be marketed freely and competitively, and IV, to ensure an appropriate transition between current crop and forward crop price quotations, except that the Secretary may use forward crop price quotations prior to July 31st of a marketing year only if I, there are insufficient current crop price quotations, and I, the forward crop price quotation is the lowest such quotation available. Section 10.311, Economic Adjustment Assistance for Textile Mills. Section 1207C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9037C is amended by striking paragraph 2 and inserting the following. 2, value of assistance. The value of the assistance provided under paragraph 1 shall be A, for the period beginning on August 1st, 2013 and ending on July 31st, 2025, 3 cents per pound, and B, beginning on August 1st, 2025, 5 cents per pound. Section 10.312, Sugar Program Updates. A, loan rate modification. Section 156 of the Federal Agricultural Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7272 is amended 1 in subsection A in paragraph 4 by striking and at the end, B in paragraph 5 by striking 2023 crop years and inserting 2024 crop years, and C by adding at the end the following. 6, 24 cents per pound for raw cane sugar for each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years. 2, in subsection B-A in paragraph 1 by striking and at the end, B in paragraph 2 by striking 2023 crop years and inserting 2024 crop years, and C by adding at the end the following. 3, a rate that is equal to 136.55% of the loan rate per pound of raw cane sugar under subsection A6 for each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years. And 3, in subsection I by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. B, adjustments to Commodity Credit Corporation storage rates. Section 167 of the Federal Agricultural Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7287 is amended 1 by striking subsection A and inserting the following. A, in general, for the 2025 crop year and each subsequent crop year, the Commodity Credit Corporation shall establish rates for the storage of forfeited sugar in an amount that is not less than 1. In the case of refined sugar, 34 cents per hundredweight per month, and 2. In the case of raw cane sugar, 27 cents per hundredweight per month, and 2. In subsection B, A in the subsection heading by striking subsequent and inserting prior, and B by striking and subsequent and inserting through 2024. C, modernization beet sugar allotments. 1, sugar estimates. Section 359BA1 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359 BBA1 is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2. Allocation to the processors. Section 359CG2 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359CCG2 is amended A by striking in the case and inserting the following. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B in the case, and B by adding at the end the following. B, exception. If the Secretary makes an upward adjustment of paragraph 1A in adjusting allocations among beet sugar processors, the Secretary shall give priority to beet sugar processors with available sugar. 3, timing of reassignment. Section 359EB2 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359EEB2 is amended A by redesignating subparagraphs A through C as clauses I through III, respectively, and indenting appropriately. B, in the matter preceding clauses I as so redesignated by striking if the Secretary and inserting the following. A, in general, if the Secretary, and C by adding at the end the following. B, timing. In carrying out subparagraph A, the Secretary shall I make an initial determination based on the World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates approved by the World Agricultural Outlook Board for January that shall be applicable to the crop year for which allotments are required, and II provide for an initial reassignment under subparagraph AI not later than 30 days after the date on which the World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates described in Clause I is released. D, reallocations of tariff rate quota shortfall. Section 359K of the Agricultural Adjustment
Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KK is amended by adding at the end the following. C, reallocation. 1, initial reallocation. Subject to paragraph 3, following the establishment of the tariff rate quotas under subsection A for a quota year, the Secretary shall, A, determine which countries do not intend to fulfill their allocation for the quota year, and B, reallocate any forecasted shortfall in the fulfillment of the tariff rate quotas as soon as practicable. 2, subsequent reallocation. Subject to paragraph 3, not later than March 1 of a quota year, the Secretary shall reallocate any additional forecasted shortfall in the fulfillment of the tariff rate quotas for raw cane sugar established under subsection A1 for that quota year. 3, cessation of effectiveness. Paragraphs 1 and 2 shall cease to be in effect if A, the agreement suspending the countervailing duty investigation on sugar from Mexico signed December 19, 2014 is terminated, and B, no countervailing duty order under Subtitle A of Title VII of the Tariff Act of 1930, 19 U.S.C. 1671 et sequitur, is in effect with respect to sugar from Mexico. D, refined sugar. 1, definition of domestic sugar industry. In this subsection, the term domestic sugar industry means domestic A, sugar beet producers and processors, B, producers and processors of sugar cane, and C, refiners of raw cane sugar. 2, study required. A, in general, not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this subsection, the Secretary shall conduct a study on whether the establishment of additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar imports is necessary and appropriate. B, elements. In conducting the study under subparagraph A, the Secretary shall examine the following. I, the need for 1, defining refined sugar as having a minimum polarization of 99.8 degrees or higher. 2, establishing a standard for color or reflectance-based units for refined sugar such as those utilized by the International Commission on Uniform Methods of Sugar Analysis. 3, prescribing specifications for packaging type for refined sugar. 4, prescribing specifications for transportation modes for refined sugar. 5, requiring evidence that sugar imported as refined sugar will not undergo further refining in the United States. 6, prescribing appropriate terms and conditions to avoid unlawful sugar imports. And 7, establishing other definitions, terms, and conditions or other requirements. II, The potential impact of modifications described in each of the subclauses 1 through 7 of Clause I of the domestic sugar industry. III, whether based on the needs described in Clause I and the impact described in Clause II, the establishment of additional terms and conditions is appropriate. C, consultation. In conducting the study under subparagraph A, the Secretary shall consult with representatives of the domestic sugar industry and users of refined sugar. D, report. Not later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this subsection, the Secretary shall submit to the Committee on Agriculture of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry of the Senate a report that describes the findings of the study conducted under subparagraph A. 3, establishment of additional terms and conditions permitted. A, in general, based on the findings in the report submitted under paragraph 2D, and after providing notice to the Committee on Agriculture of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry of the Senate, the Secretary may issue regulations in accordance with subparagraph B to establish additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar imports that are necessary and appropriate. B, promulgation of regulations. The Secretary may issue regulations under subparagraph A if the regulations, 1, do not have an adverse impact on the domestic sugar industry, and 2, are consistent with the requirements of this part, Section 156 of the Federal Agriculture Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7272, and obligations under international trade agreements that have been approved by Congress. E, clarification of tariff rate quota adjustments. Section 359KB1 of the Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KKB1 is amended in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking "if there is N" and inserting "for the sole purpose of responding directly to N." F, period of effectiveness. Section 359LA of the Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359 LLA, is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. Section 10313, Dairy Policy Updates. A, dairy margin coverage production history. 1, definition. Section 14018 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9051-8, is amended by striking "when the participating dairy operation first registers to participate in dairy margin coverage." 2, production history of participating dairy operations. Section 1405 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9055, is amended by striking subsections A and B and inserting the following. A, production history. Except as provided under subsection B, the production history of a dairy operation for dairy margin coverage is equal to the highest annual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation during any one of the 2021, 2022, or 2023 calendar years. B, election by new dairy operations. In the case of a participating dairy operation that has been in operation for less than a year, the participating dairy operations shall elect one of the following methods for the Secretary to determine the production history of the participating dairy operation. 1, the volume of the actual milk marketings for the months the participating dairy operation has been in operation extrapolated to a yearly amount. 2, an estimate of the actual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation based on the herd size of the participating dairy operation relative to the national rolling herd average data published by the Secretary. B, dairy margin coverage payments. Section 1406A1C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9056A1C, is amended by striking $5 million each place it appears and inserting $6 million. C, premiums for dairy margins. 1, Tier 1. Section 1407B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057B is amended, A, in the subsection heading by striking 5 million and inserting 6 million, and B, in paragraph 1 by striking 5 million and inserting 6 million. 2, Tier 2, Section 1407C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057C, is amended, A, in the subsection heading by striking 5 million and inserting 6 million, and B, in paragraph 1 by striking 5 million and inserting 6 million. 3, Premium Discounts. Section 1407G of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057G, is amended, A, in paragraph 1 by striking 2019 through 2023 and inserting 2026 through 2031, and 2, by striking January 2019 and inserting January 2026, and B, in paragraph 2 by striking 2023 each place it appears and inserting 2031. D, Duration. Section 1409 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9059, is amended by striking 2025 and inserting 2031. Section 10314, Implementation. Section 1614C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9097C, is amended by adding at the end the following. 5, Further funding. The Secretary shall make available to carry out Subtitle C of Title I of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation Pursuant to Title II of H. Con. Res. 14, 119th Congress, and the amendments made by that subtitle, $50 million to remain available until expended, of which, A, not less than $5 million shall be used to carry out paragraphs 3 and 4 of subsection B. B, $3 million shall be used for activities described in paragraph 3A. C, $3 million shall be used for activities described in paragraph 3B. D, $9 million shall be used, 1, to carry out mandatory surveys of dairy production costs and product yield information to be reported by manufacturers required to report under Section 273 of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1637B, for all products processed in the same facility or facilities, and 2, to publish the results of such surveys biennially, and E, $1 million shall be used to conduct the study under subsection D of Section 359K of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KK. Subtitle D, Disaster Assistance Programs. Section 10401, Supplemental Agricultural Disaster Assistance. A, Livestock Indemnity Payments. Section 1501B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081B is amended, 1, by striking paragraph 2 and inserting the following. 2, Payment rates. A, losses due to predation. Indemnity payments to an eligible producer on a farm under paragraph 1A shall be made at a rate of 100% of the market value of the affected livestock on the applicable date as determined by the Secretary. B, losses due to adverse weather or disease. Indemnity payments to an eligible producer on a farm under subparagraph B or C of paragraph 1 shall be made at a rate of 75% of the market value of the affected livestock on the applicable date as determined by the Secretary. C, determination of market value. In determining the market value described in subparagraphs A and B, the Secretary may consider the ability of eligible producers to document regional price premiums for affected livestock that exceed the national average market price for those livestock. D, applicable date defined. In this paragraph, the term applicable date means, with respect to livestock, as applicable, 1, the day before the date of death of the livestock, or 2, the day before the date of the event that caused the harm of the livestock to the livestock that resulted in a reduced sale price. And 2, by adding at the end the following. 5, additional payment for unborn livestock. A, in general, in the case of unborn livestock death losses incurred on or after January 1, 2024, the Secretary shall make an additional payment to eligible producers on farms that have incurred such losses in excess of the normal mortality due to a condition specified in paragraph 1. B, payment rate. Additional payments under subparagraph A shall be made at a rate, 1, determined by the Secretary, and 2, less than or equal to 85% of the payment rate established with respect to the lowest weight class of the livestock, as determined by the Secretary, acting through the administrator of the Farm Service Agency. C, payment amount. The amount of a payment to an eligible producer that has incurred unborn livestock death losses shall be equal to the payment rate determined under subparagraph B, multiplied in the case of livestock described in 1, subparagraph A, B, or F of subsection A4 by 1, 2, subparagraph D of each subsection by 2, 3, subparagraph E of each subsection by 12, and 4, subparagraph G of such subsection by the average number of birthed animals for one gestation cycle for the species of such livestock as determined by the Secretary. D, unborn livestock death losses defined. In this paragraph, the term unborn livestock death losses means losses of any livestock described in subparagraph A, B, D, E, F, or G of subsection A4 that was gestating on the date of the death of the livestock. B, Livestock Forage Disaster Program, Section 1501 C3D21 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081 C3D21 is amended, 1, by striking 1 monthly payment and inserting 2 monthly payments, and 2, by striking county for at least 8 consecutive and inserting the following. County for not less than AA, 4 consecutive weeks during the normal grazing period for the county, as determined by the Secretary, shall be eligible to receive assistance under this paragraph in an amount equal to 1 monthly payment using the monthly payment rate determined under subparagraph B or BB, 7 of the previous 8 consecutive. C, emergency assistance for livestock, honeybees, and farm-raised fish. 1, in general, Section 1501D of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081D, is amended by adding at the end the following. 5, assistance for losses due to bird depredation. A, definition of farm-raised fish. In this paragraph, the term farm-raised fish means fish propagated and reared in a controlled freshwater environment. B, payments. Eligible producers of farm-raised fish, including fish grown as food for human consumption, shall be eligible to receive payments under this subsection to aid in the reduction of losses due to piscivorous birds. C, payment rate. 1, in general, the payment rate for payments under subparagraph B shall be determined by the Secretary, taking into account 1, costs associated with the deterrence of piscivorous birds, 2, the value of lost fish and revenue due to bird depredation, and 3, costs associated with disease loss from bird depredation. 2, minimum rate. The payment rate for payments under subparagraph B shall be not less than $600 per acre of farm-raised fish. D, payment amount. The amount of a payment under subparagraph B shall be the product obtained by multiplying 1, the applicable payment rate under subparagraph C, and 2, 85% of the total number of acres of farm-raised fish that the eligible producer has in production for the calendar year. 2, emergency assistance for honeybees. In determining honeybee colony losses eligible for assistance under Section 1501D of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081D, the Secretary shall utilize a normal mortality rate of 15%. D. Tree Assistance Program. Section 1501E of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081E, is amended, 1. In paragraph 2B by striking 15%, adjusted for normal mortality, and inserting normal mortality, and 2. In paragraph 3, A, in subparagraph A1 by striking 15% mortality, adjusted for normal mortality, and inserting normal mortality, and B, in subparagraph B, 1, by striking 50 and inserting 65, and 2, by striking 15% damage or mortality, adjusted for normal tree damage and mortality, and inserting normal tree damage or mortality. Subtitle E, Crop Insurance. Section 10501, Beginning Farmer and Rancher Benefit. A, Definitions. 1. In general, Section 502B3 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1502B3, is amended by striking 5 and inserting 10. 2. Conforming amendment. Section 522C7 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1522C7, is amended by striking subparagraph F. B. Increase in assistance. Section 508E of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E, is amended by adding at the end the following. 9. Additional support. A. In general, in addition to any other provision of this subsection, except paragraph 2A regarding payment of a portion of premiums, a beginning farmer or rancher shall receive additional premium assistance that is the number of percentage points specified in subparagraph B greater than the premium assistance that would otherwise be available for the applicable policy, plan of insurance, and coverage level selected by the beginning farmer or rancher. B. Percentage points adjustments. The percentage points referred to in subparagraph A are the following. 1. For each of the first and second reinsurance years that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 5 percentage points. 2. For the third reinsurance year that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 3 percentage points. 3. For the fourth reinsurance year that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 1 percentage point. Section 10502, Area-Based Crop Insurance Coverage and Affordability. A. Coverage level. Section 508C4 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508C4, is amended, 1, in subparagraph A by striking Clause 2 and inserting the following. 2. May be purchased at any level not to exceed 1. In the case of the individual yield or revenue coverage, 85%. 2. In the case of individual yield or revenue coverage aggregated across multiple commodities, 90%. And 3. In the case of area yield or revenue coverage as determined by the corporation, 95%. And 2 in subparagraph C. A in clause 2 by striking 14 and inserting 10, and B in clause 3(1) by striking 86 and inserting 90. B. Premium subsidy. Section 508E2H1 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E2H1, is amended by striking 65 and inserting 80. Section 10503, Administrative and Operating Expense Adjustments. Section 508K of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508K, is amended by adding at the end the following. 10. Additional expenses. A. In general, beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, in addition to the terms and conditions of the standard reinsurance agreement, to cover additional expenses for loss adjustment procedures, the corporation shall pay an additional administrative and operating expense subsidy to approved insurance providers for eligible contracts. B, payment amount. In the case of an eligible contract, the payment to an approved insurance provider required under subparagraph A shall be the amount equal to 6% of the net book premium. C, definitions. In this paragraph, 1, eligible contract. The term eligible contract, 1, means a crop insurance contract entered into by an approved insurance provider in an eligible state, and 2, does not include a contract for AA, catastrophic risk protection under subsection B, BB, an area-based plan of insurance or similar plan of insurance as determined by the corporation, or CC, a policy under which an approved insurance provider does not incur loss adjustment expenses as determined by the corporation. 2, eligible state. The term eligible state means a state in which, with respect to an insurance year, the loss ratio for eligible contracts is greater than 120% of the total net book premium written by all approved insurance providers. 11, specialty crops. A, minimum reimbursement. Beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, the rate of reimbursement to approved insurance providers and agents for administrative and operating expenses with respect to crop insurance contracts covering agricultural commodities described in Section 101 of the Specialty Crops Competitiveness Act of 2004, 7 U.S.C. 1621 Note, Public Law 108-465, shall be equal to or greater than the percentage that is the greater of the following. 1, 17% of the premium used to define loss ratio. 2, the percent of the premium used to define loss ratio that is otherwise applicable for the reinsurance year under the terms of the standard reinsurance agreement in effect for the reinsurance year. B, other contracts. In carrying out subparagraph A, the corporation shall not reduce, with respect to any reinsurance year, the amount or the rate of reimbursement to approved insurance providers and agents under the standard reinsurance agreement described in Clause 2 of such subparagraph for administrative and operating expenses with respect to contracts covering agricultural commodities that are not subject to such subparagraph. C, administration. The requirements of this paragraph and the adjustments made pursuant to this paragraph shall not be considered a renegotiation under paragraph 8A. 12, A&O inflation adjustment. In general, subject to subparagraph B, beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, the corporation shall increase the total administrative and operating expense reimbursements otherwise required under the standard reinsurance agreement in effect for the reinsurance year in order to account for inflation in a manner consistent with the increases provided with respect to the 2011 through 2015 reinsurance years under the enclosure included in Risk Management Agency Bulletin numbered MGR 10007 and dated June 30, 2010. B, special rule for 2026 reinsurance year. The increase under subparagraph A for the 2026 reinsurance year shall not exceed the percentage change for the preceding reinsurance year included in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Department of Labor. C, administration. An increase under subparagraph A, 1, shall apply with respect to all contracts covering agricultural commodities that were subject to an increase during the period of the 2011 through 2015 reinsurance years under the enclosure referred to in that subparagraph, and 2, shall not be considered a renegotiation under paragraph 8A. Section 10504, premium support. Section 508E2 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E2 is amended, 1, in subparagraph C1 by striking 64 and inserting 69, 2, in subparagraph D1 by striking 59 and inserting 64, 3, in subparagraph E1 by striking 55 and inserting 60, 4, in subparagraph F1 by striking 48 and inserting 51, and 5, in subparagraph G1 by striking 38 and inserting 41. Section 10505, Program Compliance and Integrity. Section 515L2 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1515L2, is amended by striking than and all that follows through the period at the end and inserting the following. Than, A, $4 million for each of fiscal years 2009 through 2025, and B, $6 million for fiscal year 2026 and each subsequent fiscal year. Section 1056, 10506, Reviews, Compliance, and Integrity. Section 516B2C1 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1516B2C1, is amended in the matter preceding subclause 1 by striking for each fiscal year and inserting for each of fiscal years 2014 through 2025 and $10 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter.
Section 10507, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. Section 523 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1523, is amended by adding at the end the following. J, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. 1, in general, notwithstanding subsection A2, the corporation shall establish a pilot program under which contract poultry growers, including growers of broilers and laying hens, may elect to receive index-based insurance from extreme weather-related risk resulting in increased utility costs, including costs of natural gas, propane, electricity, water, and other appropriate costs, as determined by the corporation associated with poultry production. 2, stakeholder engagement. The corporation shall engage with poultry industry stakeholders in establishing the pilot program under paragraph 1. 3, location. The pilot program established under paragraph 1 shall be conducted in a sufficient number of counties to provide a comprehensive evaluation of the feasibility, effectiveness, and demand among producers in the top poultry producing states as determined by the corporation. 4, approval of policy or plan, notwithstanding section 5081. The board shall approve a policy or plan of insurance based on the pilot program under paragraph 1. A, in accordance with section 508H, and B, not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of the subsection. Subtitle F, Additional Investments in Rural America, Section 10601, Conservation. A, in general, Section 1241A of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3841A is amended. 1, in paragraph 2 by striking subparagraphs A through F and inserting the following. A, $625 million for fiscal year 2026. B, $650 million for fiscal year 2027. C, $675 million for fiscal year 2028. D, $700 million for fiscal year 2029. E, $700 million for fiscal year 2030. And F, $700 million for fiscal year 2031, and 2, in paragraph 3A and subparagraph A by striking clauses 1 through 5 and inserting the following. 1, $2,655 million for fiscal year 2026. 2, $2,855 million for fiscal year 2027. 3, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2028. 4, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2029. 5, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2030, and 6, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2031, and B, in subparagraph B, by striking clauses 1 through 5 and inserting the following. 1, $1,300 million for fiscal year 2026. 2, $1,325 million for fiscal year 2027. 3, $1,350 million for fiscal year 2028. 4, $1,375 million for fiscal year 2029. 5, $1,375 million for fiscal year 2030, and 6, $1,375 million for fiscal year 2031. B, Regional Conservation Partnership Programs, Section 1271D of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3871D is amended by striking subsection A and inserting the following. A, availability of funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall use to carry out the program to the maximum extent practicable. 1, $425 million for fiscal year 2026. 2, $450 million for fiscal year 2027. 3, $450 million for fiscal year 2028. 4, $450 million for fiscal year 2029. 5, $450 million for fiscal year 2030. And 6, $450 million for fiscal year 2031. C, Grassroots Source Water Protection Programs, Section 1240 OB of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3839 BB. 2, B is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2031, and 2 in paragraph 3, A in subparagraph A by striking and at the end. B in subparagraph B by striking the period at the end and inserting and. C by adding at the end of the following. C, $1 million beginning in fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. D, voluntary public access and habitat incentive programs, Section 1240 RF1 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3839 BB at 5F1 is amended 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2023, and 2 by inserting and $70 million for the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2031 before the period at the end. E, watershed protection and flood prevention. Section 15 of the Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Act, 16 U.S.C. 1012A is amended by striking $50 million for fiscal year 2019 and each fiscal year thereafter, and inserting $150 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter to remain available until expended. F, Feral Swine Eradication and Control Pilot Program, Section 2408G1 of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, 7 U.S.C. 8351, note, Public Law 115-334 is amended 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2023, and 2 by inserting and $105 million for the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2031 before the period at the end. G, rescission. The unobligated balances of amounts appropriated by Section 21001A of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2015 are rescinded. Section 10602 Supplemental Agricultural Trade Promotion Program. A, in general, the Secretary of Agriculture shall carry out a program to encourage the accessibility, development, maintenance, and expansion of commercial export markets for United States agricultural commodities. B, funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary of Agriculture shall make available to carry out this section $205 million for fiscal year 2027 and each fiscal year thereafter. Section 10603, Nutrition, Section 203D-5 of the Emergency Food Assistance Act of 1983, 7 U.S.C. 7507 D5 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Section 10604, Research. A, Urban, Indoor, and Other Emerging Agricultural Programs, Production, Research, Education, and Extension Initiative, Section 1672 ED1B of the Food, Agricultural, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990, 7 U.S.C. 5925 GD1B is amended by striking fiscal year 2024 to remain available until expended, and inserting each of fiscal years 2024 through 2031. B, Foundation for Food and Agricultural Research. Section 7601 G1A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 5939 G1A is amended by adding at the end of the following. 4, further funding not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this clause of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall transfer to the Foundation to carry out this section $37 million to remain available until expended. C, scholarships for students at 1890 institutions, Section 1446B1 of the National Agricultural Research Extension and Teaching Policy Act of 1977, 7 U.S.C. 3222AB1 is amended by adding at the end the following. C, further funding of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out this section $60 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. D, assistive technology program for farmers with disabilities, Section 1680 of the Food, Agricultural, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1997, U.S.C. 5933 is amended 1 in subsection C2 by inserting and subsection D after paragraph 1, and 2 by adding at the end of the following. D, mandatory funding Subject to subsection C2 of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall use to carry out this section $8 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. E, Specialty Crop Research Initiative, Section 412K1B of the Agricultural Research, Extension, and Education Reform Act of 1998, 7 U.S.C. 7632 K1B, is amended by striking Section $80 million for fiscal year 2014 and inserting the following section. 1, $80 million for each of fiscal years 2014 through 2025, and 2, $175 million for fiscal year 2026. F, Research Facilities Act, Section 6 of the Research Facilities Act, 7 U.S.C. 390D is amended, 1, in subsection C by striking subsection A and inserting subsections A and E, and 2, by adding at the end the following. E, mandatory funding, subject to subsections B, C, and D of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall make available to carry out the competitive grant program under Section 4, $125 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter. Section 10605, Energy, Section 9005 G1F of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 8105 G1F is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Section 10606, Horticulture. A, Plant, Pest, and Disease Management and Disaster Prevention, Section 420F of the Plant Protection Act, 7 U.S.C. 7721F is amended, 1, in paragraph 5 by striking and at the end, 2, by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, 3, by inserting after paragraph 5 the following. 6, $75 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025, and 4, in paragraph 7, as so redesignated by striking $75 million for fiscal year 2018 and inserting $90 million for fiscal year 2026. B, Specialty Crop Block Grants, Section 10111 of the Specialty Crops Competitiveness Act of 2004, 7 U.S.C. 1621, note, Public Law 108, 465 is amended, 1, in subparagraph D by striking and at the end, 2, by redesignating subparagraph E as subparagraph F, 3, by inserting after subparagraph D the following. E, $85 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025, and 4, in subparagraph F, as so redesignated by striking $85 million for fiscal year 2018 and inserting $100 million for fiscal year 2026. C, Organic Production and Market Data Initiative, Section 7407 D1 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 5925 CD1 is amended, 1, in subparagraph B by striking and at the end, 2, in subparagraph C by striking the period at the end and inserting and, by 3, by adding at the end the following. D, $10 million for the period of fiscal years 2026 through 2031. D, modernization and improvement of international trade technology systems and data collection, Section 2123C4 of the Organic Foods Production Act of 1997, U.S.C. 6522C4 is amended in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking and $1 million for fiscal year 2024 and inserting $1 million for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 and $5 million for fiscal year 2026. E, National Organic Certification Cost Share Program, Section 10606 D1C of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 6523 D1C is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. F, Multiple Crop and Pesticide Use Survey, Section 10109C of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, Public Law 115-334, 132, Stat 4907 is amended by adding at the end the following. 3, further mandatory funding of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall use to carry out the Section $5 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Section 10607, miscellaneous. A, Animal Disease Prevention and Management. Section 10409 AD1 of the Animal Health Protection Act, 7 U.S.C. 8308 AD1 is amended, 1, in subparagraph B. A, in the heading by striking subsequent fiscal years and inserting fiscal years 2023 through 2025, and B, by striking fiscal year 2023 and each fiscal year thereafter and inserting each of fiscal years 2023 through 2025, and 2, by adding at the end the following. C, fiscal years 2026 through 2030 of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall make available to carry out the Section $233 million for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2030, of which 1, not less than $10 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection A. 2, not less than $70 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection B. And 3, not less than $153 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection C. D, subsequent fiscal years. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out the section $75 million for fiscal year 2031, each fiscal year thereafter, of which not less than $45 million shall be made available for each of those fiscal years to carry out subsection B. B, Sheep Production and Marketing Grant Program, Section 209C of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1627 AC is amended, 1, by striking 2019 and inserting 2019, and 2, by inserting and $3 million for fiscal year 2026 after fiscal year 2024. The C, Pima Agricultural Cotton Trust Fund, Section 12314 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 2101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended, 1, in subsection B in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2024 and inserting 2031, and 2, in subsection H by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. D, Agricultural Wool Apparel Manufacturers Trust Fund, Section 12315 of the Agricultural Act 2014, 7 U.S.C. 7101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended by striking 2024, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. E, Wool Research and Promotion, Section 12316A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 7101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. F, Emergency Citrus Disease Research and Development Trust Fund, Section 12605D of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, 7 U.S.C. 7632, Note, Public Law 115-334 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Title II, Committee on Armed Services, Section 20001, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for Improving the Quality of Life for Military Personnel. A, Appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $230,480,000 for restoration and modernization costs under the Marine Corps Barracks 2030 Initiative. 2, $119 million for base operating support costs under the Marine Corps. 3, $1 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force sustainment, restoration, and modernization of military unaccompanied housing. $2 billion for the Defense Health Program. 5, $2.9 billion to supplement the basic allowance for housing payable to members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force, notwithstanding Section 403 of Title 37 United States Code. 6, $50 million for bonuses, special pays, and incentive pays for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force pursuant to Titles 10 and 37 United States Code. 7, $10 million for the defense activity for non-traditional education, supports online academic skills course program for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force. 8, $100 million for tuition assistance for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force pursuant to Title 10 United States Code. 9, $100 million for child care fee assistance for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force under Part 2 of Chapter 88 of Title 10 United States Code. 10, $590 million to increase the temporary lodging expense allowance under Chapter 8 of Title 37 United States Code to 21 days. 11, $100 million for Department of Defense impact aid payments to local educational agencies under Section 2008 of Title 10 United States Code. 12, $10 million for military spouse professional licensure under Section 1784 of Title 10 United States Code. 13, $6 million for Armed Forces Retirement Home Facilities. 14, $100 million for the Defense Community Infrastructure Program. 15, $100 million for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agencies, DARPA, Casualty Care Research, and 16, $62 million for modernization of Department of Defense Child Care Center staffing. B, temporary increase in percentage of value of authorized investment in certain privatized military housing projects. 1, in general, during the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this section and ending on September 30th, 2029, the Secretary concerned shall apply. A, paragraph 1 of subsection C of Section 2875 of Title 10 United States Code by substituting 60% of 33 1/3%, and B, paragraph 2 of such subsection by substituting 60% for 45%. 2, secretary concerned defined. In this subsection, the term secretary concerned has the meaning given such term in Section 101 of Title 10 United States Code. C, temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. Section 2881A of Title 10 United States Code is amended. 1, by striking the heading and inserting temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. 2, by striking Secretary of the Navy each place it appears and inserting secretary concerned. 3, by striking under the pilot projects each place it appears and inserting pursuant to this section. 4, in subsection A, by striking the heading and inserting in general, and B, by striking carry out not more than 3 pilot projects under the authority of this section, or another provision of this subchapter to use the private sector, and inserting use the authority under the subchapter to enter into contracts with appropriate private sector entities. 5, in subsection C, by striking privatized housing and inserting privatized housing units. 6, by redesignating subsection F as subsection E, and 7, in subsection E as so redesignated. A, by striking under the pilot programs and inserting under this section, and B, by striking September 30th, 2009 and inserting September 30th, 2029. Section 20002, enhancement of Department of Defense resource for shipbuilding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $250 million for the expansion of accelerated training and defense manufacturing program. 2, $250 million for United States production of turbine generators for shipbuilding and industrial bases. 3, $450 million for United States additive manufacturing for wire production and machining capacity for shipbuilding and industrial base. 4, $492 million for the next generation shipbuilding techniques. 5, $85 million for United States made steel plate for shipbuilding industrial base. 6, $50 million for machining capacity for naval propellers for shipbuilding industrial base. 7, $110 million for rolled steel and fabrication facility for shipbuilding industrial base. 8, $400 million for expansion of collaborative campus for naval shipbuilding. 9, $450 million for application of autonomy and artificial intelligence to naval shipbuilding. 10, $500 million for the adoption of advanced manufacturing techniques in the shipbuilding industrial base. 11, $500 million for additional dry dock capability. 12, $50 million for the expansion of cold spray repair technologies. 13, $450 million for additional maritime industrial workforce development programs. 14, $750 million for additional supplier development across the naval shipbuilding industrial base. 15, $250 million for additional advanced manufacturing processes across the naval shipbuilding industrial base. 16, $4,600 million for a second Virginia-class submarine in fiscal year 2026. 17, $5,400 million for 2 additional guided missile destroyers, DDG ships. 18, $160 million for advanced procurement of landing ship medium. 19, $1,803,941,000 for procurement of landing ship medium. 20, $295 million for development of a second landing craft utility shipyard and production of additional landing craft utility. 21, $100 million for advanced procurement for light replenishment oiler program. 22, $600 million for the lease or purchase of new ships through the National Defense Sea Lift Fund. 23, $2,725 million for the procurement of TAO oilers. 24, $500 million for cost to complete for rescue and salvage ships. 25, $300 million for production of ship-to-shore connectors. 26, $1,470 million for the implementation of a multi-ship amphibious warship contract. 27, $80 million for accelerated development of vertical launch system reloading at sea. 28, $250 million for expansion of Navy corrosion control programs. 29, $159 million for leasing of ships for Marine Corps operations. 30, $1,534 million for expansion of small unmanned surface vessel production. 31, $2,100 million for development, procurement, and integration of purpose-built medium unmanned surface vessels. 32, $1,300 million for expansion of unmanned underwater vehicle production. 33, $188,360,000 for the development of testing of maritime robotic autonomous systems and enabling technologies. 34, $170 million for the development of a test resource management center, robotic autonomous systems proving ground. 35, $250 million for the development, production, and integration of wave-powered unmanned underwater vehicles. And 36, $150 million for retention of inactive reserve fleet ships. Section 20003, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for integrated air and missile defense. A, next-generation missile defense technologies. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $250 million for development and testing of directed energy capabilities by the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering. 2, $500 million for national security space launch infrastructure. 3, $2 billion for air-moving target indicator military satellites. 4, $400 million for expansion of multi-service advanced capability hypersonic test bed program. $5.6 billion for development of space-based and boost phase intercept capabilities. 6, $7.2 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of military space-based sensors. And 7, $2.55 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of military missile defense capabilities. B, Laird Homeland Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $2.2 billion for acceleration of hypersonic defense systems. 2, $800 million for accelerated development and deployment of next-generation intercontinental ballistic missile defense systems. 3, $408 million for Army space and strategic missile test range infrastructure restoration and modernization in the United States Indo-Pacific Command Area of Operations west of the international date line. 4, $1.975 billion for improved ground-based missile defense radars. And 5, $530 million for the design and construction of Missile Defense Agency missile instrumental range safety ship. Section 20004, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for munitions and defense supply chain resiliency. A, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $400 million for the development, production, and integration of Navy and Air Force long-range anti-ship missiles. 2, $380 million for production capacity expansion for Navy and Air Force long-range anti-ship missiles. 3, $490 million for the development, production, and integration of Navy and Air Force long-range air-to-surface missiles. 4, $94 million for the development, production, and integration of alternative Navy and Air Force long-range air-to-surface missiles. 5, $630 million for the development, production, and integration of long-range Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 6, $688 million for the development, production, and integration of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. 7, $250 million for the production, capacity expansion, and supplier base strengthening of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. 8, $70 million for the development, production, and integration of short-range Navy and Marine Corps anti-ship missiles. 9, $100 million for the development of an anti-ship seeker for short-range Army ballistic missiles. 10, $175 million for production, capacity expansion for next-generation Army medium-range ballistic missiles. 11, $50 million for the mitigation of diminishing manufacturing sources for medium-range air-to-air missiles. 12, $250 million for the procurement of medium-range air-to-air missiles. 13, $225 million for the expansion of production capacity for medium-range air-to-air missiles. 14, $50 million for the development of second sources for components of short-range air-to-air missiles. 15, $325 million for production capacity improvements for air-launched anti-radiation missiles. 16, $50 million for the accelerated development of Army next-generation medium-range anti-ship ballistic missiles. 17, $114 million for the production of Army next-generation medium-range ballistic missiles. 18, $300 million for the production of Army medium-range ballistic missiles. 19, $85 million for the accelerated development of Army long-range ballistic missiles. 20, $400 million for the production of heavyweight torpedoes. 21, $200 million for the development, procurement, and integration of mass-producible autonomous underwater munitions. 22, $70 million for the improvement of heavyweight torpedo maintenance activities. 23, $200 million for the production of lightweight torpedoes. 24, $500 million for the development, procurement, and integration of maritime mines. 25, $50 million for the development, procurement, and integration of new underwater explosives. 26, $55 million for the development, procurement, and integration of lightweight multi-mission torpedoes. 27, $80 million for the production of sono buoys. 28, $150 million for the development, procurement, and integration of air-delivered long-range maritime mines. 29, $61 million for the acceleration of Navy expeditionary loitering munitions deployment. 30, $50 million for the acceleration of one-way attack unmanned aerial systems with advanced autonomy. 31, $1 billion for the expansion of the one-way attack unmanned aerial systems industrial base. 32, $200 million for investments in solid rocket motor industrial base through the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10 United States Code. 33, $400 million for investments in the emerging solid rocket motor industrial base through the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10 United States Code. 34, $42 million for investments in second sources for large diameter solid rocket motors for hypersonic missiles. 35, $1 billion for the creation of next-generation automated munitions production factories. 36, $170 million for the development of advanced radar depot for repair, testing, and production of radar and electronic warfare systems. 37, $25 million for the expansion of the Department of Defense industrial base policy analysis workforce. 38, $30,300,000 for the repair of Army missiles, $39, $100 million for the production of small and medium ammunition, $42 billion for additional activities to improve the United States stockpile of critical minerals through the National Defense Stockpile Transaction Fund, authorized by Subchapter 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 5 United States Code. 41, $10 million for the expansion of Department of Defense Armaments Cooperation Workforce. 42, $500 million for the expansion of the Defense Exportability Features Program. 43, $350 million for protection of Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 44, $93 million for replacement of Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 45, $100 million for development of a second solid rocket motor source for Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 46, $65 million for expansion of production capacity of Missile Defense Agency long-range anti-ballistic missiles. 47, $225 million for expansion of production capacity for Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 48, $103,300,000 for expansion of depot-level maintenance facility for Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 49, $18 million for creation of domestic source for guidance section of Navy short-range air defense missiles. 50, $65 million for integration of Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptor with Navy ships. 51, $176,100,000 for production of Army long-range movable missile defense radar. 52, $167 million for accelerated fielding of Army short-range gun-based air and missile defense system. 53, $40 million for development of low-cost alternatives to air and missile defense interceptors. 54, $50 million for acceleration of Army next-generation shoulder-fired air defense system. 55, $91 million for production of Army next-generation shoulder-fired air defense system. 56, $500 million for development, production, and integration of counter-unmanned aerial system programs. 57, $350 million for development, production, and integration of non-kinetic counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 58, $250 million for development, production, and integration of land-based counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 59, $200 million for development, production, and integration of ship-based counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 60, $400 million for acceleration of hypersonic strike programs. 61, $167 million for procurement of additional launchers for Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptors. 62, $500,000 for expansion of defense advanced manufacturing techniques. 63, $1 million for establishment of the Joint Energetics Transition Office. 64, $200 million for acceleration of Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptors. 65, $150 million for additive manufacturing for propellant. 66, $250 million for expansion and acceleration of penetrating munitions production. And 67, $50 million for development, procurement, and integration of precision extended range artillery.
B, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $3.3 billion for grants and purchase commitments made pursuant to the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10, United States Code. C, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $5 billion for investments in critical mineral supply chains made pursuant to the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10, United States Code. D, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Defense out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $500 million to the Department of Defense Credit Program account to carry out the Capital Assistance Program, including loans, loan guarantees, and technical assistance established under Section 149E of Title 10, United States Code for critical minerals and related industries and projects, including related covered technology categories, provided that 1, such amounts are available to subsidize gross obligations for the principal amount of direct loans and total loan principal, any part of which is to be guaranteed, not to exceed $100 billion, and 2, such amounts are available to cover all costs and expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10, United States Code. Section 20005 enhancement of Department of Defense resources for scaling low-cost weapons into production. A, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $25 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Global Technology Scout Program. 2, $1.4 billion for the expansion of the Small Unmanned Aerial System Industrial Base. 3, $400 million for the development and deployment of the Joint Fires Network and associated joint battle management capabilities. 4, $400 million for the expansion of advanced command and control tools to combatant commands and military departments. 5, $100 million for the development of shared secured facilities for the Defense Industrial Base. 6, $50 million for the creation of additional Defense Innovation Unit on-ramp hubs. 7, $600 million for the acceleration of Strategic Capabilities Office programs. 8, $650 million for the expansion of Mission Capabilities Office joint prototyping and experimentation activities for military innovation. 9, $500 million for the accelerated development and integration of advanced 5G, 6G technologies for military use. 10, $25 million for testing of simultaneous transmit and receive technology for military spectrum agility. 11, $50 million for the development, procurement, and integration of high-altitude stratospheric balloons for military use. 12, $120 million for the development, procurement, and integration of long-endurance unmanned aerial systems for surveillance. 13, $40 million for the development, procurement, and integration of alternative positioning and navigation technology to enable military operations in contested electromagnetic environments. 14, $750 million for the acceleration of innovative military logistics and energy capability development and deployment. 15, $125 million for the acceleration of development of small, portable, modular nuclear reactors for military use. 16, $1 billion for the expansion of programs to accelerate the procurement and fielding of innovative technologies. 17, $90 million for the development of reusable hypersonic technology for military strikes. 18, $2 billion for the expansion of Defense Innovation Unit ceiling of commercial technology for military use. 19, $500 million to prevent delays in delivery of attributable autonomous military capabilities. 20, $1.5 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of low-cost cruise missiles. 21, $124 million for improvements to Test Resource Management Center artificial intelligence capabilities. 22, $145 million for the development of artificial intelligence to enable one-way attack unmanned aerial systems and naval systems. 23, $250 million for the development of the Test Resource Management Center digital test environment. 24, $250 million for the advancement of the artificial intelligence ecosystem. 25, $250 million for the expansion of Cyber Command artificial intelligence lines of effort. 26, $250 million for the acceleration of the Quantum Benchmarking Initiative. 27, $1 billion for the expansion and acceleration of qualification activities and technical data management to enhance competition in defense industrial base. 28, $400 million for the expansion of the Defense Manufacturing Technology Program. 29, $1,685 million for military cryptographic modernization activities. 30, $90 million for Apex Accelerators, the Mentor Protege Program, and cybersecurity support to small non-traditional contractors. 31, $250 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Air Force low-cost counter-air capabilities. 32, $10 million for additional Air Force wargaming activities. And 33, $20 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Workforce. B, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $1 billion to the Department of Defense Credit Program account to carry out the Capital Assistance Program, including loans, loan guarantees, and technical assistance established under Section 149E of Title 10 U.S. Code, provided that 1. Such amounts are available to subsidize gross obligations for the principal amount of direct loans and total loan principal, any part of which is to be guaranteed not to exceed $100 billion, and 2. Such amounts are available to cover all costs and expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10 U.S. Code. Section 20006, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the efficiency and cybersecurity of the Department of Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. $150 million for business systems replacement to accelerate the audits of the financial statements of the Department of Defense pursuant to Chapter 9A and Section 2222 of Title 10 U.S. Code. 2. $200 million for the deployment of automation and artificial intelligence to accelerate the audits of the financial statements of the Department of Defense pursuant to Chapter 9A and Section 2222 of Title 10 United States Code. 3. $10 million for the improvement of the budgetary and programmatic infrastructure of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. And 4. $20 million for defense cybersecurity programs of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Section 20007, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for air superiority. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1. $3,150 million to increase F-15 aircraft production. 2. $361,220,000 to prevent the retirement of F-22 aircraft. 3. $127,460,000 to prevent the retirement of F-15E aircraft. 4. $187 million to accelerate installation of F-16 electronic warfare capability. 5. $116 million for C-17A mobility aircraft connectivity. 6. $84 million for KC-135 mobility aircraft connectivity. 7. $440 million to increase C-130J production. 8. $474 million to increase EA-37B production. 9. $678 million to accelerate the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program. 10. $400 million to accelerate production of the F-47 aircraft. 11. $750 million to accelerate the F/A-XX aircraft. 12. $100 million for production of advanced aerial sensors. 13. $160 million to accelerate V-22 reliability and safety improvements. 14. $100 million to accelerate production of MQ-25 aircraft. 15. $270 million for development, procurement, and integration of Marine Corps unmanned combat aircraft. 16. $96 million for the procurement and integration of infrared search and track pods. 17. $50 million for the procurement and integration of additional F-15EX fuel tanks. 18. $600 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Air Force long-range strike aircraft. 19. $500 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Navy long-range strike aircraft. Section 20008, enhancement of resources for nuclear forces. A, DoD appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1. $2.5 billion for risk reduction activities for the Sentinel Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program. 2. $4.5 billion only for expansion of production capability of B-21 long-range bomber aircraft and the purchase of aircraft only available through the expansion of production capabilities. 3, $500 million for improvements to the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile system. 4, $100 million for capability enhancements to intercontinental ballistic missile reentry vehicles. 5, $148 million for the expansion of D5 missile motor production. 6, $400 million to accelerate the development of Trident D5 LE-2 submarine-launched ballistic missiles. 7, $2 billion to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile. 8, $62 million to convert Ohio-class submarine tubes to accept additional missiles not to be obligated before March 1st, 2026. 9, $168 million to accelerate the production of the Survivable Airborne Operations Center program. 10, $65 million to accelerate the modernization of nuclear command, control, and communications. 11, $210,300,000 for the increased production of MH-139 helicopters. And 12, $150 million to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of military nuclear weapons delivery programs. B, NNSA appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $200 million to perform National Nuclear Security Administration Phase 1 studies pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 2, $540 million to address deferred maintenance and repair needs of the National Nuclear Security Administration pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 3, $1 billion to accelerate the construction of National Nuclear Security Administration facilities pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 4, $400 million to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of the warhead for the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 5, $750 million to accelerate primary capability modernization pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 6, $750 million to accelerate secondary capability modernization pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 7, $120 million to accelerate domestic uranium